Good morning, everyone. This is the regular monthly meeting, open meeting of the Third Laguna Hills Mutual Board of Directors, a California nonprofit mutual benefit corporation. Still getting a bit collected here in the room. Today is Tuesday, November 21st, 2023. It's now 9:30 a.m. We are here in the boardroom, live as well as available for viewing on TV6, Zoom, and Granicus. I'd like to call the meeting to order. I see that we have a quorum. And we're going to start today's meeting with our Pledge of Allegiance, led by Director S.K. Park. S.K.?
Please rise and pledge the reason. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
And thank you, SK. Thanks. All right, it's now time to approve our agenda. Can I get a motion to approve today's agenda? SK moves, Ira seconds. Thank you both. Any suggested changes to today's agenda? Okay, so, all right, sorry, when you guys have this up on my screen, I can't see if anybody on Zoom, since we have several people on Zoom, I just want to make sure somebody's watching to, in case they have their hand raised. Okay, thanks. Okay, so the agenda's considered approved by consent. We're now looking to approve the meeting minutes for two different meetings. Let's address each of them separately. First, can I get a motion to approve the meeting minutes for our last monthly open board meeting that was held on October 17th. Okay, Andy moves. Chris seconds. Any suggested changes to those? Okay, looking around, seeing none. Okay, looking at staff to check on Zoom. Okay, great. We consider those approved by consent. And secondly, can I get a motion to approve the minutes for the agenda prep meeting held on November 3rd? Ira moves. SK seconds. Thank you. Any suggested changes to those? Seeing none, we'll consider those approved by consent as well. Moving on to agenda item 5, our report of the chair. We have a full meeting today, so I'm going to keep my chair remarks a bit short. First of all, I wanted to introduce to you all our newest third board member, Brad Reinhardt, sitting there at the end. Welcome, Brad. Brad was elected to the board by our manor owners this past September, and this is the first monthly meeting he's been able to attend, so congratulations and welcome, Brad. Okay, great. And secondly, earlier this month, the boards of United, Third, and the Towers elected 4 village members to the GRF board. And Kush Bada, who had been a third board director, was elected to become a new GRF board director. And as a result, we now have an opening for a new director on the third board with a term ending in October of 2025. So if you're out there, you have some available time and you have interest in helping improve our community, please consider volunteering to join the third board. If interested, members can obtain a candidate application and instructions from our corporate secretary located here in the community center. Completed applications must be received at the community center no later than 5 p.m. on Friday, December 1st, so that's the week after next. And then an election will be held during a third mutual special open meeting on Wednesday, December 6th at 1:30 p.m. Here in the boardroom. And that completes my brief remarks for today. As always, thanks for listening and thanks for your support. We're now moving on to agenda item 6, which is our open forum. At this time, members may address the board of directors regarding items within the jurisdiction of this board of directors and not on the agenda. The board reserves the right to limit the total amount of time allotted for the open forum to 30 minutes. Each member is asked to speak for no more than 3 minutes. And a member may speak only once during the forum, and speakers may not give their time to other people. Members not in the boardroom can also share their comments by joining this meeting via Zoom or by emailing your comments to meeting@vmsinc.org to have your message read during this open forum, should time permit. And Paul, do we have any open forum requests today?
No member comments on open forum. Everything will be on item 11B, which
Okay.
is the washer dryer.
Fantastic, okay. Well, that makes things somewhat simple. And so we're going to skip past agenda item 7, which is the responses to open forum speakers. So we'll move to agenda item 8. To most of our monthly board meetings this year, we've asked for a department update be shared by one of the leaders of VMS to provide a short presentation about the organization to help communicate with our members information about the leaders and key activities being worked on by VMS. I believe joining us today is Manuel Gomez, who's the director of VMS Maintenance and Construction Team, and he'll be sharing some information about the M&C organization. I don't see him, however. Okay. Siobhan will work on that, but in the meantime, we can move on. We'll pass that up and hopefully come back to it. Must be traffic out there today. We move to agenda item 9, which is our CEO report.
Thank you, Mark. Honorable President, members of the board, it's my honor this morning to share some key village updates with you. In terms of village updates, if we could go to slide number 3, please. Thank you. I'd like to announce that our new social services manager started employment earlier this month. Her name is Melissa Layrich, and she is a licensed clinical social worker supervisor. She holds a BA in psychology from California State University Northridge and a master in social work from California State University Long Beach. Melissa has 15 years of clinical services work experience, and she is eager to share her passion for and expertise in program design and community partner collaboration with the village. As a fun fact, her grandparents used to live in the village, so she is familiar with the village, and I believe her grandfather was a gate ambassador at the time. As a reminder, residents may reach social services for any needs that they may have by calling 949-597-4267. We're also excited to announce that our new landscape manager, John Cox, also recently started employment. John comes to VMS with 30 years of landscape management experience, having served as landscape supervisor for the University of California, Irvine, senior account manager for Valley Crest Landscape Company, where he managed accounts for Shady Canyon and Turtle Rock communities, among numerous others. And he served as branch manager for Brightview Landscape Service, the largest commercial landscape company in the United States. I also want to thank our retiring landscape manager, Bob Merget, for his contributions to our community, having served here for the past 15 years. Bob will be retiring at the end of next month. I also want to provide an update this morning on this CR&R bin changeout initiative. If you'll recall, our general services staff is working with CR&R in the city of Laguna Woods to replace original bins with lower profile bins. To date, 134 bins out of 424 have been exchanged in Third Mutual. This is about 32%. CR&R is exchanging about 8 bins per month within the village, and this is a service that is not required in CR&R's contract with the city. So we are appreciative of their efforts and continue to work with them to achieve our desired results. If you're in need of a lower profile bin, please call or email CR&R to request a specific location. CR&R can be reached at 949-625-6735 or via email at lagunawoods-recycles@crnrmail.com. For those who walk the Aliso Creek Trail, a portion of the trail will be temporarily closed for paving work tomorrow, November 22nd, from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. between Avenida Sevilla and the Aliso Creek Bridge. Trail users may access the trail via parking areas through cul-de-sacs 12 and 60. For additional information, please contact VMS Project Manager Eric Sneekluth at 949-597-4625. This morning, I would also like to highlight VMS's Continuous Service Improvement Plan. A continuous service improvement plan is an ongoing strategy to successfully handle customer interactions. An effective service improvement plan provides a consistent and positive customer experience. 2 phases of the plan have been implemented to date. First is a formal escalation procedure, and secondly, a change in the communication approach with our residents in certain circumstances. In Phase 1, the escalation procedure, village residents unsatisfied with procedural solutions are assured that staff will elevate matters to senior staff, a supervisor, or a manager. Frontline staff have the option to forward matters to the next level for assistance instead of saying no to the resident. All departments have supervisors or managers solving resident matters on a daily basis, and as a result, there is day-to-day escalation paths available within each department. Additionally, there is a next level escalation path when there is a unique situation that needs additional consideration. These steps are managed by the CEO's office and include initiating a phone call, email, or in-person interaction with a courteous commitment to listen and assist, asks follow-up questions for clarification as needed, restates the resident's issue to confirm understanding, informs the resident that they are the point of the contact for the matter, provides direct office phone number and email address with a deadline for follow-up for the status and solution. The point of contact investigates the situation, develops an acceptable solution, communicates that outcome or status to the resident before the deadline, and assures the resident that they have a partner in arriving at a solution. The point of contact provides the resident a tangible deadline for resolution, no more than 1 week, which eliminates the resident's need for multiple phone calls and emails to follow up. Phase 2 consists of a change in communication approach in certain situations. A repeated grievance that we hear is that there is a lack of communication. Examples include no one told the resident what is happening, when the issue will be fixed, what they should do, and/or no one returned their call. In analyzing this concern about lack of communication, we determined 2 things. One, that while VMS communicates with residents, as evidenced by the sample levels letters on the screen before you, a change in approach may be beneficial. The detailed notices and letters provided to residents contain a great deal of information, provides the information all at once, and the information may be provided at the worst possible time. Staff must remember that issues residents are experiencing are likely overwhelming and stressful, and ask how can staff be a better communicator during this difficult time. Under the new communication approach, full details provided in the beginning will still happen, but then information in smaller portions will be provided over a period of time. A sympathetic email or phone call should occur after an event occurs, and smaller portions of information are provided over time, breaking down the key information in the original notice. This will help the message be absorbed by our residents to avoid overwhelming them in a difficult time. Bullet point communication can be used on various matters such as laundry room issues, emergency water shutoffs, continued plumbing backups, fumigation projects, and the epoxy program, with email messages sent to an entire building as an added layer of communication to our residents. Our focus presently is creating response templates that are department-specific, feature bullet point messages, give staff quick responses to reference for various situations. Communication will be documented in multiple ways, detailed and simplified, and increase contact should ease the situation and improve communication with our residents. That concludes my update this morning. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Siobhan. Any of our board members have any questions for Siobhan regarding this? All right, I have a couple, I think. So the escalation procedure, is that automatic, or does somebody have to request it?
At the first line, it would be the frontline employee who requests that it go to the manager, the supervisor, and then if the customer is still unsatisfied, the manager or supervisor or customer can request escalation.
Okay. So an example is somebody calls into resident services with a request. A week later, they haven't heard anything, and maybe this corresponds to the communication aspect of things, but and wants to know what's going on. They can call resident services again and ask for an escalation at that time if they feel that nothing is happening?
That's correct.
Okay. Yes?
Are the residents going to be informed that they can escalate this? Because in the past, that was not the case.
We have readily shared that they can reach out to the general manager's office, but we'll work on outreach to the residents. Again, this is a new process that we are implementing, so we'll make sure we communicate it.
And I appreciate you trying to communicate more, but a lot of the residents, including myself, when asking for something, we're just said, no, we don't do that. No, we don't do that. And no opportunity to know that it could be escalated. And I think that's a big problem.
Okay, thank you for letting us know that. And again, we endeavor to handle everything at the lowest possible level, as you know, so we rely on resident services to take care of probably 99% of our matters, but it is those other ones that may need some extra attention.
Well, my experience was with people in the field saying no. And at that point in time, there was something that was unwritten. As far as a rule goes, it's been changed. But I still think that residents are unaware how far they can go.
Thank you for pointing that out.
And I'll work with staff to help with that communication as well. With regards to the communication, you mentioned that the letters often have too much information. Well, let me rephrase that. Have a lot of information all at once at the worst possible time. And one of your examples is a fumigation notice. And then you mentioned that we're changing the approach. So using that as an example, we'll send out a similar letter to what goes out today for fumigation. Is there expected to be any follow-up prior to the fumigation happening? I noticed you mentioned sympathetic email or phone call after an event, but how about before an event? Something a little more specific to each
So
member.
what we are working on is, again, you will get the full information up front, but then trying to provide some bite-sized pieces that might help in a certain situation. Again, we're developing that currently,
Okay.
so
Okay.
that is our aim.
Got
to
it. Okay.
help along the way.
Okay, I'm just asking these questions, try to inform our members of what's going on and how they can use these improved services. So thank you. We'll continue to work on those and get that information out. Thanks. Any other questions, comments for Siobhan? Okay, great. Seeing none, we're going to move back to agenda item 8. I see Mr. Gomez has joined us. So again, he's our director of VMS's maintenance and construction team. So he'll be sharing some information about his organization. Good morning, Manuel.
Thank you, and good morning, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to share with you a little bit about our department today and the work that's taken place so far this year. For those that may not be familiar with the department structure, we operate under two sections, engineering and facilities and the maintenance, utilizing 5 operating divisions. You see them listed on the slide there. Our department's annual operating budget is a little over $38 million. A little over $14 million of that is allocated to Third for their specific programs. The rest is divided between United and GRF. The department has 179 budgeted full-time positions. We currently have 163 of those filled and are actively recruiting for the balance of those. The current vacancies tend to be more in the field maintenance operations side, and we're working on trying to get those filled as quickly as possible. What I want to do now is take you through each of the divisions and just share with you a little bit about the projects and the programs that these work groups handle for the mutuals throughout the year. The capital projects division takes care of the larger projects that could be maintenance, but most of them are more construction type project specifics. So a lot of these projects tend towards the GRF facilities, but there are some mutual projects that are handled by this division. So things like street paving, that's appointed to all three mutuals. The third mutual has responsibility for some paving work, and so combined total this year, the paving work's already done. Typically, it's done during the summer months, and between the three mutuals, this group oversaw $1.7 million worth of street resurfacing, asphalt sealing, and parkway concrete repairs. The roofing program is another program that is administered for both United and Third. We have a very active and proactive roof replacement program where we go through on the flat roofs and replace the built-up roofs existing with PVC cool roofs. It's the picture you see on the slide there. It's that white material. This year, we did over $2.5 million in roof replacements between the two mutuals. And on the facility side, the driving range was closed for some time while we did some renovations out there. You and the members might recall that for a long period of time, the driving range was, for all practical purposes, just a dirt lot. The GRF board approved funding to refurbish the landscaping on that, and the grass has been planted. The driving range is open again, and we're happy to having been able to deliver that project for just under $400,000. And then more recently, the GRF board has approved a contract to upgrade Clubhouse 1, several of the buildings in Clubhouse 1. The contract is scheduled to start work after the first of the year. We're still working through phasing and things of that nature, but the contract has been awarded for that. On the Manor Alterations Division, this is something that your Architectural Controls and Standard Committee is very involved in. Working with the committee, this division has this year, through September, processed 1,450 mutual consents and 26 variances. So this year, the mutual consent numbers are slightly up from prior years, but the variance numbers are slightly down, although we are starting to see a slight uptick in both of those as we enter the fourth quarter of the year here. And resale inspections conducted by this group totaled 662 through September. Again, the resale inspections, we saw a decline earlier in the year, but in the fall we started to see a slight uptick again. So we expect probably those numbers to top 800 by the time we're done at the end of the year. And again, that's for both mutuals. Working with the two ACSC committees, we implemented several customer service improvements at the end of last year and into the beginning of this year. We're continuing to implement those, including our real-time updates to the mutual consent status report that's on our website, and a really strong focus on taking incoming emails and incoming phone calls as quickly as possible and responding to those as quickly as possible. And so we juggle that with staff shortages and when folks are out on vacation, but we've now have a backup, if you will, plan in place where we move staff from one group over to the other to help with that. And although we saw a really good improvement at the beginning of the year, followed by a slight decrease just after the summer, we're back up again to having most of our emails and phone calls responded in a very quick amount of time. The front counter in our Manor Alterations offices were closed for a couple of months recently. We were making some renovations there to assist both staff and residents in having a more pleasant experience, being more accessible, and making it easier for folks to get in and out of there. During that time, we temporarily relocated the first stop of our Manor Alterations interactions over to resident services at Windows 7. That worked out extremely well. We got a lot of positive feedback from residents, and so we're going to continue to use that Windows 7 as the first stop for Manor Alterations while the offices are now fully open and residents are welcome to go back there. But we think that by continuing to use Windows 7 as the pre-screening, if you will, it's going to streamline things a lot better and make a more efficient use of our counter over in manner alterations. I want to let the board and the community know that on February 24th of next year, we are coordinating with AQMD to have representatives here in the village. They're going to conduct a town hall to talk to residents about all things asbestos removal related. We've also invited a member of the city building department to be present. Earlier this year, with the guidance from the ACSC committee, we streamlined how we handle asbestos reports, really transferring, getting out of the asbestos report managing operation and letting the regulatory agencies handle that. That's helped streamline many of our mutual consents. And so we've invited those two regulatory agencies to a Q&A session with our members. We'll be advertising that after the first of the year, and we'll be sure that the board is fully apprised as to when that's going to take place. The other division that is under our purview is the Damage Restoration Division. This is the group of employees that are interacting with residents whenever there's a incident in a unit that has resulted in some water damage or some other damage to mutual property. The division uses almost exclusively outside sources, contract services for responding to the incident, addressing the incident through a restoration and drying out and things of that nature. So far this year, the Mutual, Third Mutual, and United both authorized some additional funding to address a backlog of reimbursement cases. I think Third's approval came, I think, in July of this year. And so far to date, we've cleared over 225 cases, which has resulted in a potential reimbursement to the mutuals of over $725,000. These backlog, just as a reminder to the board, these backlog cases were a result of the shutdown during the COVID period. And we had, I think Third had over 700 cases in their backlog. And I think we've cleared over 200 of those just in Third alone since we prepared this report. These numbers are as of September, but your numbers are actually a little bit higher. On the maintenance side, this is what kind of the bread and butter of our department. We have the largest amount of staff dedicated to maintenance services. They'll go out and do all of the service requests that are entered into our system through resident services. To date, through September, we've closed more than 45,000 work order tickets. That's pretty much on par with prior years. We've implemented some streamlining and oversight issues, programs that I've shared with the board before. It hasn't resulted necessarily in a lower number of work orders, but we are spending less time on many of those work orders, and so we're very happy with the outcome on that. This next slide is just an example of some of the maintenance programs that we operate under. Fumigation was mentioned earlier this morning. Between the two mutuals, we have overseen outside services that have fumigated or tented 96 buildings this year between the two mutuals. Our exterior paint program has, again, painted 135 residential buildings, carports, and laundry rooms this year. And the epoxy lining program, which is both the sewer lines and the copper water lines, we've done over 120 buildings between the two mutuals this year. These are very aggressive programs. The mutual spends a good amount of mutual funding on these programs, but they're all intended to maintain and upkeep the infrastructure in the community, and we're very happy to be able to deliver those programs. The last slide I have for you is our solar and energy program, which is administered out of our office primarily by Mr. Bart Mejia, who is our assistant director. So Bart manages and oversees the energy consumption at all of our community facilities. He also manages and oversees the administration of the electric vehicle charging stations, the two that we have here inside the gates. And he oversees the solar systems that the mutuals implemented several years back. For Third, in 2018, the mutual invested roughly $2.5 million in solar panels, and return on investment on that is on schedule to be realized by 2028. So things are moving very well in those areas. Both mutuals have explored expanding their programs. We haven't pulled the trigger on anything yet, but we continue to monitor legislation and opportunities for additional solar installations, and those will come through your committees and then eventually the board as we move forward with those. That completes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thanks, Manuel. Anybody have any questions? Andy does.
Hi, Manuel. The question concerns epoxy lining. Of the 81 buildings that make up Garden Villas and LH 121s, how many of those have been the pipes? And there's two different things. There's copper piping and there's the big waste pipes, the epoxy lining. How many of the 81 buildings in Third have been dealt with?
I don't have the total number, but I can tell you that this year we did 8 of the 3-story buildings.
Okay, 8. The 120 number, was that includes 2-story buildings?
Yes.
Okay.
And United.
Oh, throughout, I got you.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the number on his line.
Second and final question concerns solar. Who's responsible for the external walls in the village, like around the gates and the perimeter walls? Is that GRF?
It's,
Or,
I don't know if it's GRF, but our General Services Department maintains and repairs all the walls.
so the walls that are in the Third's area footprint, the outside walls, right around the gates, those aren't Third's responsibility directly. Is that correct?
Not directly, but the only responsibility was when the mutuals were installing the shepherd's crook on them. But the maintenance of the block walls themselves is a general services department. But I don't know if it's budgeted through the mutuals or GRF. I just don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Great. It looks like Jules has a question, and then Moon.
Yeah, I don't know whether this is a question or a complaint. And I'm not sure whether it's appropriate to suggest that that the way we handle asbestos is my objection seems to whether it's really overkill. But I think we spend too much energy on avoiding even the slightest hint of asbestos. We only have asbestos in the mud behind our walls. Now, I remember when we redid our lighting in 2 of our rooms, we did a lot of asbestos or ceiling removal. And we had it completely tested and everything was fine. Since that time, these asbestos testing companies charge a ton of money, just a minimum, no matter how limited no matter how modest you're cutting into a wall. I say overkill because one dose of a little asbestos dust is not going to kill anyone. And at our age, the likelihood that any of us are going to get asbestosis is like 1 in a zillion. And I'm just wondering whether there's something we can do that would limit our obligation or limit our members' obligation to go out and hire one of these testing or remediation companies to, cut out a 6-inch a 6-inch hole in the wall in order to run a duct or something like that. Is there something that we can do? Maybe the thing to do is to have our people do a bag and glove and charge minimal amounts of money. But I just think that the procedures that our members are required to go through and the money they're required to spend in order to cut a hole in the wall is just it really is overkill. And so I guess it's an objection or a comment or a question to Manuel as to what we can do about it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jules.
So the issue of asbestos removal on anything that's anything more than a minor remodel is not something that we're going to be able to get away from, because that's dictated and regulated by the state and by the city. But some board members might recall that earlier this year, working with the M&C committee, we did try to put together a program for the smaller repair work, and brought that to the board, and the board asked us to go back and refine it some more, working with the M&C committee. So that's where it lies right now. We do think there's a possibility of coming up with a program that would provide a resource to the residents, and with an effort to minimize any liability exposure to the mutual. So that's something that we have on our list of items to talk and refine with the M&C committee as a start.
Good.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Manuel.
All right, Moon, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, thank you. I saw the reimbursement from the damage control is you did a good job, and you did like 220 some case, and then collected more than 700 grand, which comes about 3,000 per case. How many cases are still remaining not processed yet?
So in third, we still have about 550 cases left to process.
Still about 5 or so, more than what we did, 220 some. So there was you said is a problem with stepping. Another thing is how many cases over 220 some case went to court, or sometimes HO6 they denies the claims. So then you have to go to resident directly. Oh, do you have some breakdown?
Not with me today, Director Yoon, I do not. I don't have that information with me today, no, sir.
Can you provide to us by email or next meeting?
You'd like a breakdown of how many cases went to hearing?
How many cases went to maybe small court claim, or you went to HO6 and then HO6 maybe denied, and then you have to go to resident directly. So you have 3 choices, right?
Yeah, so the mutual doesn't track how many cases individual members submit to their HO6 insurance. That's something that the members handle. I can get from our risk manager the number of cases that have gone to small claims court, but I don't think we track how many cases members submitted to their insurance companies. I can check, but I don't believe we have that information.
Mm-hmm. So you must collect the money about 3,000 cases per, 3,000 plus minus per case, right? So you should know how did you collect it. You collected from HL6 insurance or HL6 denied, so you have to collect from resident, or even those that are not working, then you may have to go to small court claim. So you have three choices to me. Maybe you may have more choices, but do you have any breakdown?
I will have a conversation with our risk manager and try to get you as much information as we have available.
Yeah, I would like to provide, you provide to us. Would you?
We'll provide whatever information we have available, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. Thanks, Moon. Any other? Brad?
I want to go back to asbestos for a minute. So when we redid our condo, we took it down to the studs. So is there some type of list or tracking mechanism within alterations that would show our unit is asbestos-free and wouldn't have to be looked at again, ever? That's one question. The second question is, you guys provided a list of several companies that do asbestos removal and asbestos testing. Is that another area that it might make sense to look at doing a blanket purchase agreement? So that residents would use one specific company and you guys would negotiate the rate for asbestos testing and asbestos removal? It might be worth it. And Jules was a little bit inaccurate in that there's asbestos in the mud and the tape. There's also asbestos in the popcorn ceilings, and there's asbestos in the tiles that were originally put down on the flooring. So it's more than just a little bit. But those are just a couple of suggestions to look at.
Thank you.
So I think your first question was, is there a list? And my understanding is there is none, in that even if you redid your house, the way I hear it, the state would require, after some period of time, testing again, because you may have bought some paint from China and painted the inside of your house. That was what the city folks had told me. Manuel may know a little more.
I don't have anything more to add than that, but that's certainly something that we hope to get clarification from AQMD at our meeting with them in February.
And the blanket agreement, that was what Manuel talked about as being talked about in the M&C committee, which you're on now. Welcome.
Correct. Well, I mean, we, not only do we have the GRF buildings, but I think that we have enough asbestos in the community that we could leverage that volume and provide, contracted rates for residents or for contractors doing individual manners.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, good.
And I used lead-based paint. I didn't use
Oh, okay.
asbestos-based paint. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Anything else? Oh, there's Jim has a comment, and then Ralph.
Yeah, just for clarification, we have gone through that process. We did get a single source provider that could do it cheaper than what our maintenance and construction people could do it, and that was all in process. So we've actually looked at everything that both Jules and everybody has been talking about. So it's all in process, but it's still not that cheap of a process to be able to get the asbestos testing done. And again, it's the state and the city that are requiring everything. So the way to get the asbestos, like it is in 48 of the other states, is to re-elect different people to legislature and Senate in California.
Okay, thanks for that editorial, Jim. Ralph?
As far as Joel's comment about the people here in the community being aged, not interested in a long life really, or subject to it, most of your employees that you're going to hire to bring in and do that work are younger people. They're going to be around a while, and they will be exposed to multiple exposures in their business and their work. So it's not just the residents here that they're concerned about. It's concerned about the employees that have to work with this stuff.
Okay, great. Thanks for the clarification, Ralph. Great. Anything else? SK?
Yes, I do have three questions. First, backlog moisture intrusion issues of 550 you haven't collected yet. So far, people, I'm talking about residents who has some notification from our end to them to collect backlog insurance, backlog amount. A lot of complaint about it's been too long. So they're worried about some statute of limitation for the insurance company coverage. So my question is for that, is there anything valuable to have some task forces we created and help them out for the residents who has some issues with that? A lot of people has some issues. That's my first question.
Director Parker, I'm not sure I'm understanding your.
Well, my question is it worth to create some task force team so that we can help those people?
That would be something that would require some board direction. I'm not sure what it is we would help
Well,
them with.
it ends up to the insurance, Mr. Dan Yost,
A risk
every
manager.
time for risk management. He's too much work. He has too much work. So that's always a backlog, and he has just too much work to do. So I guess it comes down to Siobhan maybe thinking about some kind of a help him so that we can help the residents who has that issue.
And
Okay,
we actually have that in progress,
Okay.
but nonetheless.
I'm just asking question. Second question is EV charging station. Do we have any program whatsoever to have a better charging system in our for our residents?
We have the two stations available, one here at the community center and one at the maintenance yard.
Yes.
The mutuals looked at additional infrastructure as part of an Edison program. I think it was beginning of last year or maybe the end of the year before, and opted not to participate in that. And we have not looked or brought forward any additional proposals since then.
Yeah, I understand that. The reason I'm bringing it up is a lot of residents start thinking about getting the EV vehicle. And one instance of a 4001 2G person who tried to charge his EV, the circuitry of a 20 amp circuit, it kept trapping, and he cannot charge his vehicle at his residence area. I think we have to help those people who has EV vehicle. That's my question to everyone here. What kind of program we can create or we need to help the people who has the EV vehicle?
Okay. So that would be a board decision, mainly led by the Maintenance and Construction Committee. So
Okay.
I think you may be on that committee.
Okay.
I'm taking a look here. Yes, you are. So,
Okay.
So it's a matter of money.
Okay.
So if the board wants to pay for that, for the people that have EV cars to be able to charge more effectively, then that's a board decision. And Manuel and his team would be happy to help execute any decision that we ask them to do.
I understand that. But the problem that I see is in the Gardenville Association building, under the building, when they charge EV, it does not trip circuitry. But that particular one to LH21 building, it is keep tripping, so he cannot charge it. That's what we need to look at to improve the circuitry a little bit, so that it doesn't get tripped. Second, now third item is epoxy lining program. Everybody is waiting for epoxy lining for waste line. Can we expedite the epoxy lining process so that we can do more and faster of those programs?
I
instead
think,
of waiting for them on their time schedule to finish each building? That's my question.
yes, so Director Park, we had this conversation at the last MNC committee meeting.
Yes.
We don't direct the contractor on means and methods. We give them the number of buildings that the board has approved to be done with the budget that the board has approved. And then we just make sure that they're doing the work that's scheduled for, but we're not scheduling the day-to-day activities of the contractor. We're overseeing them.
Okay.
The board did this year for 2024 increase the budget for epoxy lining of sewer lines. So the board has authorized more buildings to be done, and the vendor is ready to roll up their sleeves and get to work on those shortly after the first of the year.
Okay, I'll lobby to that. Okay, thank you.
Great, thanks, SK. Ira and then Brad?
Well, just as a point of knowledge, there was another, as of 1st of November, Tesla charging station right behind, off of Santa Maria, right behind Polly's Pies. It takes 20 cars at a time, just opened up. And as far as individuals, there are kit programs from a number of different companies to put in solar panels over carports directly hooked up directly to a battery that you own, so you can charge off of the battery and you don't need to adjust the circuitry. So virtually every solar company offers this, and some offer putting up the carport with it. And so there are other alternatives at this point where you don't have to get involved with running a 220 line, upgrading the transformer, upgrading panels. It's all just for you as you need.
Okay. Good. I guess we need to advertise those means to charge their EV for every residence. Okay. Thank you.
Brad?
On the epoxy, as you renew contracts, you might want to put timelines on them. I mean, contractors hate that, but basically if you have 8 buildings to do, you have to do one every 4 weeks or 6 weeks, whatever that timeline is, and have a penalty for it if they don't comply with that. And the real dilemma with EV, and I'm happy to work with you guys on that, is it's all different. Each building's going to be different. Each car is going to be different. Each charging requirement's going to be different. And Tesla is a great idea, but it's more expensive than charging or buying gas. So I think we need to look at a more comprehensive solution for the community. I firmly believe in charging at home and charging at work. But for an example, my car is a Prius Prime. I mean, I can use a level 1 here. I only go 25 miles, so I can charge it in 5 hours. I don't need a level 2. Other EVs might need a level 2, which is going to need a 30 amp circuit, not 20. But each situation is going to be unique, and we'll have to look at it that way.
Great, thanks. Yes, Paul?
Yeah, we have 2 member comments, one in person, one via Zoom. Cheryl Finnick.
Sorry, some of the board members have heard this story already, but I'm talking about asbestos. I'm talking about exposure to the employee as well as the resident during repair. So I live, just by the way, in a manner, no one above or below, but I've had 4 leaks, 3 of them major, 2 of the walls in 1 bedroom taken out twice. I'm currently in the process right now of water intrusion, just came to visit. Okay, so my question is, and then I'm thinking about taking my bathroom tub shower and moving it into a step-in because I'm aging as I stand here. And so what does that require? But my question is, you want me, and Jules brought it up, it's $600-700 for some dude to come out and test the wall. But, and by the way, let me preface what I'm going to say. The plumbing department, the water intrusion department, they're magnificent. I've never seen them work hard for me. They did a magnificent job. So I'm very uncomfortable bringing this up, but I'm also pretty upset that I need that because it doesn't make any sense. So they come out, they open up the wall to fix the leak. There's no testing for asbestos. There's no mask wearing. There's no protection. But yet when I want to do the shower, I've got to pay $800 for So this is OSHA. I mean, this is like a major thing going on that makes no sense. So that, you know what I believe? I believe that you know that there's no asbestos in the wall. And you talked about behind the wall and all that other stuff. They're not taking out tile. They're not doing anything like that. Why do they open it up? Maybe there's a thing, a contingency for emergency. I guess you might know that. But does it make any sense to you all? It doesn't to me. Because if you were putting your staff at risk, Ms. Foster, and you are, if you think there's asbestos, and the city must think there's asbestos because they're requiring me to do this. Thank goodness you're out of the business because it's nuts. I'm sorry, but I need to know from you all, who should I talk to? Because I was going to grab a hold of you before you left. Who do I bring this to? And I'm not here to make problems for staffing for anybody. But I'm thinking that as residents and being an older population, we're kind of being taken advantage of a little bit because you don't expect us to say anything. And half of us are not even going to do the gosh darn change, which we need for health and management-wise, not just for making it pretty. I don't want to fall over the tub when I get in the shower as I age. But to charge me $500 when you're not protecting anybody when you put a hole in the same wall. I really need some answers, and I'm sorry, but I really do need it. Thanks.
Thank you. So, Manuel, I want you to kind of track that question because I'm going to ask you to respond to it momentarily, and you say there's somebody on Zoom?
Yes, Kathy Holland on Zoom. Ms. Holland, you can go ahead and speak.
Okay.
Ms. Holland, are you there?
I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead and speak, please.
Okay. I'm new, brand new. I've only been here 2 weeks. But you went over the washer and dryer issue so quickly. What is there a decision, or is it something that's still going to be voted on, or?
So, Ms. Holland, we will be talking about the washers and dryers in a few minutes, so we haven't gotten to that topic yet.
Awesome.
So raise your hand again when we get there.
I'll go away. Thank you.
That's agenda item 11B.
Okay.
Thanks. All right. So if you can kind of clarify who's asking for asbestos testing, and then it seemed like Ms. Fennick was commenting that your staff doesn't do asbestos testing, or she gets the impression that they don't. They just break into walls as they're fixing leaks without masks and without testing. Can you address those two things?
The requirements for the testing are regulated by AQMD and the city, not by the mutual. Whenever our staff or our vendors or contractors go into a unit, we do the work with the presumption that there is asbestos present, and so we treat it as a hot asbestos deal, and we address it that way. If anyone observes our workers and there's concern about there not being proper protection, I encourage them to contact us so that we can follow up. But all of our maintenance workers receive training in asbestos handling and working around asbestos, so there should not be any issues with that.
Okay. And when you say they should contact you if they see staff just busting into walls without protection through resident services?
Yeah, that'd be the best way.
Okay, and
so we
kind
can
of
follow
say,
up on that.
okay, and say, hey, I'm just reporting that.
Want to make sure that they're being and then what we'll do is we'll have one of our supervisors or managers follow up to make sure that proper procedures are being followed.
Okay, so they should probably provide you with their matter number, which they obviously would, maybe the date and time that they observe this kind of thing. So,
Thank you.
okay, great, thanks. Any other questions, comments on this topic? Manuel, thank you very much.
Sure, appreciate it.
Appreciate you coming in. As you can see, it was an interesting topic. Yes, Paul?
I believe Director Zallen had his hand up.
Director Jules, go ahead, Jules. You had
Just what Manuel just said really sounds like what I was proposing or urging, which is that our people can come in and do it. We don't have to go through outside people. We don't have to go through outside testing. Our people simply they're trained in bag and glove, and they know how to do it. They cut out a piece of wall. They have a vacuum or necessary equipment, and they can get it done. And we should make that available for everybody at a small charge.
Okay, great. And again, that's what the M&C committee is working on. If that's a service that we want to provide, we would need to add staff and that kind of thing. So they're working with this, our committee's working with staff to try to figure out how all that might work. So thanks.
Thank you.
But they are looking into that very thing. Thanks. Good questions, good comments. We're going to move on to agenda item 10, which is our consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are recommended for action by committees and are intended to be enacted by the board via a single motion. Today, per the consent calendar, the board is being asked to ratify the preliminary financials for the month of September 2023 and approve a request recommended by the Landscape Committee. Can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar? Ira moves. Chris seconds. Are there any questions regarding the consent calendar before we vote? SK?
Yes, my question to staff, 10C, I visited 3135B, and the 3134, either A or B, resident came out and pointing out another tree, same tree. So, are there two requested or one requested? I do not know. I'm confused because those two residents request two trees to be removed for the safety reason.
Okay, so I don't know
Can
that
you
this
check
would
it
be, I don't know that this would be a request for staff, so this is a committee recommendation. So I'm going to look over to my left, which is put the chair of the Landscape Committee, maybe
Okay.
on the spot. Do you remember what happened on this meeting?
Not totally about, I don't remember two. We just talked about this one as it was brought forth from the staff as they deemed it to be, as it says there, after their inspection, their concern was a high risk of limb failure with the way the tree was growing, and it should come out before a limb breaks and does some either damage to a building or a person or anything else. And so if there's a second tree to look at, there was no mention of it at the committee meeting.
So I think we may want to table on this item C.
Why?
For the evaluation? Whether do we need-
Can we accept this one and then maybe go
Why?
look at the second tree?
Okay.
Second tree would be a
I don't have any problem with it.
Okay.
but-
Yeah, and I mean, so just to be clear, member can request that a tree be removed, and many members want trees to be removed because they leak debris on their cars and walkways and that kind of thing. But we only remove trees which meet certain requirements. And it sounds like, I wasn't there at this Landscape Committee meeting, so maybe two were requested and only one was recommended
I don't
for
believe
removal.
so. It was just the one.
Just the one? Okay.
Okay.
So-
I don't have any issue with it, but since I found the two of them, that's why I pointed it out.
Okay. Okay. All right. And so, I think, SK, if you haven't been, you're now on the Landscape Committee, so you can help with asking these questions there.
Okay.
Going forward, so that's good.
Thank you.
But thanks for the question. Clarification is always a good thing. All right. Any objections to approving the consent calendar as is with the financials and this one tree removal request? Any objections to that? I'm just going to, unless speak out, or I'm going to move on. We approve it by consent. So from a consent perspective, I'm not planning on voting. We don't normally do it that way here, so I'll work with going forward there. All right, moving on to agenda item 11. where we discuss unfinished business. Agenda item A is for the board to entertain a motion to eliminate the demolition consent requirements and associated fees when requested. These updates were recommended by the Architectural Controls and Standards Committee, or ACSC. Last month, this board voted to put these updates forward for 28-day member review and comment. So today we'll be voting as to whether or not to implement these changes going forward. Chris, would you be so kind as to read the resolution for us?
Okay, alteration fee schedule. Whereas alteration and variance requests require significant staff time for proper processing, including research, report preparation, presentation to the appropriate committee and board, and whereas in order to offset a portion of the administrative costs associated with processing alteration applications, the board has adopted an alteration fee schedule. And whereas the attached revisions to the alteration fee schedule are recommended to be approved by the board, and whereas the new alteration fee schedule better aligns the fees with the administrative time it takes to process each task. Now therefore be it resolved November 21, 2023, that the board hereby adopts the revised alteration fee schedule as attached to the official minutes of this meeting and this resolution, and resolve further that the following sections from the prior resolutions remain valid. Number 1, the mutual consent processing fee for solar panel installation is to be calculated based on 4.7 hours charged at the current bill rates, and the mutual consent processing fee for solar panel installation requests is set at the initial rate of $223 for 2023 and will be adjusted annually, not to exceed statutory limits that apply to cities, with the adoption of the new bill rates. And number 2, the approval of variances for the use of common areas that extend beyond the original floor plan, and that meets the requirements of Civil Code Section 4600, requires the execution and recordation of a recordable exclusive use of common area revocable license, that a flat legal fee of $750 for the preparation of these agreements as a pass-through charge to the mutual's legal team is adopted, and the processing of agreements of all other approved variances, including exclusive use common areas as recognized within the footprint of the property, will utilize a council-prepared and approved boilerplate form at no additional charge to the member. Resolve further that replacing all references to demolition mutual consents with pre-construction mutual consents better defines the proposed activity without triggering unneeded regulatory requirements. And resolve further that Resolution 03-23-111, adopted September 19, 2023, is hereby superseded and canceled. And resolve further that future revisions to the alteration fee schedule will be included with the annual assessment letter packet that the Finance Department issues every year in November under the Architectural Review Procedures section of the annual policy statement. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the resolution.
Wow, thank you. All right. So you have a new system, Paul. Why don't you explain it to us?
Yes. So after the resolution is read, we'll have one person press the button to make the motion, and another person will hit second. That will show up in the system, and you either vote immediately afterwards, or we'll have like member comments or director comments.
Okay. And we're doing this motion thing, why versus the way we did it in the past, where I say, hey, does somebody want to make a motion? And then I say, Chris made it and Ira seconded it or something?
It's just a process that the other boards are doing right now. We're just easier to log it into our system.
We're just trying it out. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm happy to try it out. But just because the other boards are doing it doesn't mean that it's the best procedure.
Sure.
So I'm going to kind of continue on, but we'll try to use the button. Can I get a motion? Can I get somebody to push the motion button to approve the elimination of requiring a demolition consent and associated fees before we discuss it further? Okay, and if somebody's pushed the motion button, then somebody can second it if they want to. Because it looks like somebody moved it. Okay, and it looks like somebody seconded it. Okay, Ira seconded it. That's fine. Okay. Any questions, comments from board members before I ask if there's any from third members? Okay.
We do have Director Cook.
I'll
with
get
the
to you. Sorry,
We do have Director Cook on Zoom.
Good.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Yes, I'll. Thank you. Director Cook, you have a question or comment?
Nope, I just hit a wrong button when I was trying to find the chat to make my vote.
Okay. Too many motion buttons and things. Okay, that's understandable. Okay. Thank you for providing that moment of levity. All right. Okay. So seeing no comments from board members, Paul, do we have any member comments on this topic? Okay. All right, since there's no members, it's now time for us to vote. Again, we're voting on whether to confirm these changes and have them implemented by staff going forward.
Okay, Director Cook, can I have your vote, please?
I did it on web chat.
Okay, let me pull it up. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so we have several folks on Zoom, so you would like them to chat with you with their vote?
Either they can chat or let me know. Director Engdahl?
Isn't
Not sure how to
technology
get on
wonderful?
this thing, but I'll affirm it. I'm in favor.
Okay. Director Yoon, your vote, please? Yes or no? Thank you. And Director Zalin, your vote, please?
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, I'll fix it for you. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So the voting is complete. We have 9 yeses, 1 no, and 0 abstentions. So this passes. Thank you, board. All right, moving on to agenda item 11B. It's just for the board to entertain a motion to approve the revision to Architectural Standard 31 for washers and dryers. Specifically, this updated standard will allow washers and dryers to be installed in individual manners in 3-story buildings, which had been prohibited prior to, is currently prohibited, I should say. These updates were recommended by the ACSC, and last month, the board voted to put this updated standard forward for 28-day member review and comment. So today we'll be voting as to whether or not to implement this standard and start allowing washers and dryers to be installed in 3-story buildings. Before we proceed, I'd like Chris to read the resolution for us.
Before I read the resolution, the second to the bottom resolution has a typo. It refers to the year twice, so I'm going to read it as only once. Okay? Standard 31, washer and dryer installation. Whereas the Architectural Control and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend standards and create new standards as necessary, and whereas the Architectural Control and Standards Committee recognizes the need to revise Alteration Standard 31, washer and dryer installation. Now therefore be it resolved November 21, 2023, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts Standard 31 washer and dryer installations as attached to the official meeting minutes, and resolve further that Resolution 03-18-156, adopted November 29, 2018, is hereby superseded in its entirety and no longer in effect, and resolve further all washers and dryers installed in 3-story buildings with a mutual consent prior to November 21, 2023 continue to be grandfathered, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Can I now get somebody to make a motion to approve the update of the standard before we discuss it further?
So moved.
Push buttons, okay. So Chris pushed the motion button. Looks like Ira's pushing the second button. All right. Great. So, Paul, can you bring up that slide that I shared with you? So, working with staff, I created and sent out a simple survey of three-story manor owners that we have email addresses for to get their clear thoughts on this topic. And so I'm just going to share that with all of you here, just so that the members can see as well. So the survey was very simple, just had two questions. Do you support washers and dryers within manors and three-story buildings? And what floor is your manor on? So these are the results, starting on the left-hand side. Sorry, I should say on the bottom left-hand side. So the survey email was sent to 1,376 people. 898 opened them, and 402 completed the survey. Yeah, so that gives you some information there. So starting on the left-hand side, 41% voted yes, that they do support washers and dryers in three-story manors. On the bottom right, 47.5 voted no, and 45 or 11.2% weren't sure. Okay. So I guess they didn't have enough information, which is fine, which is why I added that as a appropriate response. So just wanted to share this with everybody, so in case that influences your voting decision at all. Any questions from members of the board before we get to third members regarding this topic? Andy?
In the resolution about the grandfathering, anything with a mutual consent, do we physically have mutual consents? In other words, if I were to ask you, show me all the mutual consents for grandfathered washer dryer installations, would I get them?
Okay, well, so Bart's here. Bart, why don't you step on up to the microphone to help us out? Did you hear the question that Andy asked?
I did, and we do have installations that have been properly permitted, and we have access to those, and we can provide a report to you of those existing installations in three-story buildings.
Okay, follow-up question. If we have them, how many? How many do we have?
That number I do not have with me, but when we prepare our report that will be addressed to you, then we will have that number for you.
Do you have any idea? Is it less than 10, or do you have no idea at all?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Okay.
I'm surprised by that.
Okay.
That bothers me. Why don't we know?
Okay.
Okay,
Maybe
just saying.
He just doesn't know off the top of his head, but okay.
Yeah, I know. Second question, though, related to that. Okay, in the inspection process, when somebody wants to sell their unit, do inspectors do a match and say, okay, here, the unit has a washer and dryer, here's the mutual consent, no problem. It has a washer and dryer, can't find any paperwork, then what? They're going to say something? They're out of compliance. What happens?
So if I may clarify, resales inspections for third are limited to outside inspections and your water heaters.
So we never updated that?
We're still considering updates to that. We will be presenting this option to the ACSC committee at an upcoming meeting.
Okay. Okay, so given Andy's question, it sounds like if there was a washer or dryer in a unit, you would not know whether it was installed appropriately or illegally, if you will, correct?
At the time of resale, we will not have, that is not a required item to inspect.
Okay.
What I'm getting at is a person who skirts the rules could reap an economic benefit because I think a unit that has a washer and dryer sells for more, and that bothers me. Okay. So I would hope, as a further discussion, we could maybe talk about including this item as a compliance item. In other words, you list your unit. If you don't have a mutual consent on that washer and dryer, you got a problem. And we're going to have to deal with it. Oh, that's all I'm saying, out of equity.
And he mentioned that
on
the
basis
ACSC
of
is working
equity,
on that.
People can get through the system if we don't check them. If they didn't follow the rules, they put this washer dryer in, and then they go and sell it, and they get money for that. It doesn't seem right to me that we don't hold them accountable to having a piece of paper, mutual consent. That's all I'm saying. I'm surprised. that they could get by with it. It's such a hot button issue with a lot of people. Why is it some people can have washer and dryers on the sly and get away with it? It just bugs me. That's all I want to say.
Okay, got
I
it.
hope we can close that.
We got it. Okay.
All right.
All right. Any other questions, comments from board members? Okay, Jim?
Just for Andy, they weren't always not allowed. It's a more recent issue when they didn't allow them.
Okay, so have a piece of paper. Where's the official allowance? You know, if you go and ask somebody, say, oh, yeah, I got it. Well, show me it. I can't. You know, and I'm concerned that we're getting scammed. Some people are pulling off a scam, and I think we need to have some procedures in place to stop it. That's all I want to say. I'm just surprised we don't do a match. It's such a hot button issue.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, washer and dryer could be anything. So, you know, this is something that we have looked at, which again is what Bart says. We don't look for any alteration today. Skylight somebody could put in. I mean, if we don't know it, we don't check it on the resale. So we're in the process of trying to get that resale inspection process to be more complete and match the alterations that were done against mutual consents. And this is just one of them.
Okay, one follow-up question. These existing people, not are grandfathered, okay, what happens when they want to replace that washer and dryer? Will they be held to the same standard of replacement that new people are? In other words, we require...
Please just stay on up there, Bart, because there's going to be multiple questions here.
So the question is, for those units that have been properly permitted and they have existing washers and dryers and they are to replace them, will the new standard apply to that replacement? Yes. The standard will apply to new installations because that will be considered new. Even though it is a replacement, it will have to meet the new standard, similar to anyone upgrading their home and they need to comply with Title 24 for energy standards. So prior, if the installed washers and dryers remain there, then this will not apply. The moment that they replace them, then the standard will apply. Because they will apply for a mutual consent, and it will say, now you need to comply with standard X for the installation of the new washer and dryer.
Well, would they even ask you? You know, let's say certain people don't want to follow the rules. We all know that. And they want to replace the washer and dryer. I'm not telling anyone. I'm just going to Best Buy and I'm going to have them bring it in. They'll get through the system. How do we prevent them from replacing? Now, I know all the washers have been improved. I know that. But how do we prevent them from replacing the current grandfathered unit with a unit that's not acceptable? How do we know that? How do we stop them from replacing their current thing with an inadequate or suboptimal unit?
So we do not have a means of doing that at this time. At the time that they do that unauthorized installation, we will probably not know about it, but when we do know it, then it will be addressed properly.
At a point I say this is the new standard. We've read it over. People have to jump through hoops on it. You can need an engineer, this and that. It's not an easy thing to meet, and it's expensive. I'm just concerned that somebody that's already grandfathered, they get a slide on this. They don't have to go through those hoops. It doesn't seem fair. You know, a new guy has to go through all these hoops, the existing one, do whatever you want. Doesn't sound right to me.
And that is perhaps a good idea to have this item as an item of discussion when we look at the interior inspections at the time of resale. And we're going to rely on the committee to provide a recommendation as to whether that is something that should be included as part of the revised provisions for resales inspections and for the board to consider once we have cleared the ACSC committee.
Okay, who do I follow up with? What committee is this? MNC?
ACSC.
Architectural Standards
Okay,
Committee.
I sit on that committee, so enough said.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members before we get? So I actually had a few. So exterior cabinets, can those be installed on 3-story buildings? I mean, we have exterior cabinets which were already in the thing, and now we've added the fact that 3-story buildings can have washers and dryers. It wasn't clear to me whether or not they could be in an exterior cabinet.
So I believe those are allowed for those units that have patios but not balconies.
Okay. Okay. So, okay. Got it. I mean, it does say patio, but I wasn't sure if a balcony is a second floor patio or not. So, okay. Maybe we'll add a word or two just to clarify that if this continues on. I didn't notice any rules regarding the placement of these washers and dryers. So if I'm living on the 3rd floor, I can put one above the bedroom, for instance, of the unit downstairs, correct?
And that is the reason why we added a condition that when they submit an application that manual alterations will make an evaluation of the installation. We will take that into account, that is not directly over bedrooms or things like that, so that they are installed at locations where it will cause the least amount of disturbance.
Okay, you believe that wording is in here that somebody reading this would know versus rely on staff to tell you whether it's okay or not?
I believe that it is, and let me find it for you.
Okay. And it could.
I believe section 2.1 that determines the location of the plumbing connections, and that determines the location of the washer and dryer.
Okay. I did not read it that way. I still don't, but okay. I mean, I hear what you're saying. And I didn't notice any rules regarding operating hours. So somebody could potentially, I don't know if you're aware of any rules regarding washers and dryers in Manners, whether they could operate 24 hours a day or not.
So specifically, the standard does not include any operating hours.
Okay.
We do have a noise ordinance in effect. However, the conditions that we require that the applicants comply with will probably not exceed those of the noise ordinance.
Yeah.
So if you deem appropriate to add operating hours, I think that will be something that can be considered.
Okay, thank you. All right, those are my questions. Looks like Moon has a comment or question. Moon?
Yeah. Oh, one second. Am I muted or are you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. First of all, thank you for you did the survey. That was very good and make me decide that either way, because many people I talk to, some people say yes, some people no, but I wasn't sure what kind of sample am I having. But you did a great job. Thank you very, very much. And then the comment I have, I lived in the Garden Villa building for 1 year. Then I did use the washer and dryer. I was in 2nd floor. And sometimes they have problem because the washer and dryer is ended and done, but the people who put it in forget and still leave it there. So next to people who want to use it and cannot use that one. So that was one of the biggest problem. But there is problem, but trying to avoid that or a few other things. Many people think, oh, we are still in the dorm, or well, we graduated college for a long time ago, but we don't want to go back again. But in Garden Villa, you want to do all the plumbing and the noise and the accidental, the spillage and that is this is all the building. We are not doing the new building and put it in there, but you have to break down it. To me, it's too much work for very little gaining. That is my opinion.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that. Jules, you had a comment or question?
Just a brief comment, because I've had a lot of experience with surveys. I second the motion of Moon. I think it was an excellent survey, and the fact that we got roughly a third responses just with a single reach out is really a very good response. And I'll bet you if we went back and sent it again, we'd get a lot more people to get even more. So it was a good survey, and it was an interesting result. Thank you.
Good. All right. Good. Thanks. All right. Brad?
I had one other question. When we redid ours, we moved it a little bit, but one of the requirements is it had to be on an outside wall and it couldn't be on an adjacent wall to another unit. Is that still the case in the third three-story buildings? Because I think that was important. That helps limit the noise that other people would hear from it.
What we have done is we've added additional requirements should such an installation occur to provide more of a sound and a vibration isolation,
Okay.
should that be the case.
Okay. SK?
Yeah, I live in Garden Villa, three-story building, second floor. As a director of this department, where would you suggest to put washer and dryer? Where?
A specific location within a unit,
Yeah, where?
the ideal location will be away from a direct line of bedrooms. That will be one of the conditions. Similar to your dishwasher, where that it is not directly above any sleeping quarters. That would be one of the conditions, that it be as far away from bedroom locations. But we will have to look at each unit in each floor plan to find the most suitable location. There are a number of conditions that need to be met before, should this standard be approved as submitted. It will require that not only include the isolation pads, but also that the flooring be upgraded to the new standards.
You know, I can't see myself where to put wash and dryer. You got to have a waste line to be attached to main line, and noise level I need to control. This building, to me, is not built for individual washer and dryer building. That is my big concern. We tried this rule resolution to push to see if we can go through without thinking what is negative impact on the people. I do not understand this kind of a resolution.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Jules has, did you have something? Okay. I'll get to Ira since I don't think he's talked on this, and then Jules.
So my only concern with this survey is why they voted, the major reason they voted yes or no. And if they voted no because they thought there would be more water used, that would be because they weren't educated in the fact there'd be less water used. As far as the noise, it would be the mitigation has been included in the resolution as to the decibel level, which would be lower than somebody, let's say, with a loud TV. So you're going to save water. So this is a savings for the mutual in general. You won't have people leaving their laundry in, as you referred to, and not be able to use the machines. And the machines will last longer, be more available. I think it will be a positive thing for the villas versus a negative. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Thanks. Jules, you have a question or comment? Or is your hand just still up?
I'm sorry, my hand was, I forgot to
No problem.
lower it.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
Thank you.
I'll lower it.
Okay, Ralph had a comment? And if staff could move Jules' hand down, that'd be great. Ralph, go ahead.
I accidentally muted myself. As an engineer, I look at this and I say, we have got a lot of protections in here. I can't really lay my finger on anything, any reason why we cannot do this. On the other hand, as an engineer also, I'm always afraid of something that we have overlooked, and I'm afraid I'm a little uneasy about permitting it. I just feel we may be opening a Pandora's box and we don't know what we're getting into. I'm uneasy about it, though I can't lay my hands on anything technical.
Okay. Thank you. Jim?
Yes, we've had town halls. We've answered every concern that was brought up. We've looked at it from a point of view, from the mutual's point of view and from the members' point of view. We have taken a lot of consideration. The other thing is the requirements that come with putting in a washer and dryer improve the piping for the sewage lines that will be done faster than the mutual's getting it done. So it'll actually improve to be able to flow and flow properly without leaks on that first story of iron pipe, cast iron pipe. The other thing is that it'll take all the new plumbing that's put in for this washer is replacing mutual plumbing for the copper supply lines. And that also improves and lessens the risk of a leak. You know, we have leaks. There's three basic kinds of leaks. There's sewer leaks, there's roof leaks, and there's supply line leaks. So by the people putting in the washers, they're going to be relining the cast iron pipe. That'll help with some of the sewer leaks. They're going to be putting in new copper pipe or PEX pipe, and that will lessen the possibility of leaks on the supply side. The mutual will still maintain the main downspout line of the sewer system. And then the other thing to take into consideration, we all have leaks that have happened. I've had 4 leaks in my unit. But the majority of our leaks are caused by wax rings on toilets, by water lines to ice makers, by water lines to dishwashers, and then overflows of sinks and overflows of bathtubs. And then as far as the sewers backing up, it's mostly from people flushing things they're not supposed to be flushing down in the first place. Flushable wipes are not flushable. You know, no matter what the manufacturers say, they will clog up our pipes. So if you have a sewer leak that's caused by a clog, the washers, extra water running down the pipes is actually going to clear these pipes rather than clog them. Nothing coming from the washer, you know, has baby wipes or flushable wipes or any of those kind of things coming out of a washing machine. It's only going to be water that's coming down and basically flushing through the pipes. So we've taken all these things in consideration. We didn't bring this up. We had people coming to us wanting to put washers and dryers in. There was a test case where there was a washer and dryer that was put in illegally, and they ran all the stats on it, all the calculations. They brought the engineers in, and they figured out what needed to be done to correct what had been done improperly. The average cost for one person to put in this system is about $9,000, not counting the washers and dryers. And so they can share, if they share on a common wall with the washers and dryers, of 2 units wanting to share where the plumbing is going, to lessen that cost slightly. But every amount of money put in by these members that want to put in washers and dryers is a benefit to the HOA. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jim. All right, any other board questions, comments? All right, you're on your own. Amelia. We're going to open this meeting up now to member comments, since I believe we have some. Similarly to open forum, I'm going to allow 30 minutes for member comments on this topic. So each member is asked to speak for no more than 3 minutes. It's now 11:08. So at 11:38, I'm going to Colin, we'll have the speakers first that they are, and then we received, sorry?
We received 22 emails.
22 emails, and what was the pro
so
and
it's
con?
8 in favor and 14 opposed.
Okay, all right, so it just gives the board some other perspective there. We may not have time to go through all of them, and so I'll have staff, if we have time to read any of the emails, I'll have staff read one for and one against and type of thing till we get to our 30 minutes. It's now 11:09, so we'll end this at, so first speaker, Paul?
David Gorwitz, I'm sorry.
Good morning. Mr. Chairman and fellow board members, I am here today to show my support for the approval of the revised Standard 31 washer and dryer installations. The revisions to the standard clearly show that the AAC committee and the VMS staff have considered the installation requirements that will be reviewed by the alterations department before any work can begin. Cries of a building's pipes are too small, can't handle any more water, that they will burst, leak, or cause damage become unfounded once a licensed mechanical engineer evaluates the condition of the piping and its conformance to the California Plumbing Code. We all understand the value of having licensed engineers approve manor alterations. Just look at the work structural engineers do in our village. If the piping system is found to be inadequate, then the washer will not get installed, period. Technology has made washer and dryers quieter and safer than at any time before. Both Bosch and Miele have years of perfecting these units in real-world high-rise apartment and condominium buildings. These are not the old, noisy, leak-prone devices of years gone by. They are now as quiet as any modern dishwasher and use less water. They have automatic leak detection devices that shut off the unit's water to anti-vibration motor housings that stop unbalanced loads. And along with the other requirements, the revised standard of anti-vibration pads and a pan under the unit, like what is required for water heaters, I believe everything has been covered A to Z. I ask that the board consider the long-term value of our homes and community, that name-calling, fear-mongering, and misinformation is no place in making an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Diane Harker.
Thank you. First, I want to say that I agree that the survey was an excellent idea. Unfortunately, in my building, I was able to talk with 9 owner residents, and only 8 of them had knowledge of the survey. I don't know what went wrong with the email system or how this was presented or disseminated. Of those 8, of the 8, 7 have replied to me in person, no. 1 replied she didn't have enough information. I didn't write down all of the information that you put up there, Mr. Chairman, in regards to the yeses and the nos. How many yeses were there from your survey?
Shoot. Now, I don't have that with me. So 166, I think, yeses, 191 no's. So more no's than yeses.
Okay. And it was just mentioned over here, I don't know if my residents were included in the emails that I was told that there are emails that you received.
Yes.
But it seems like more emails have been received for no. More votes in the survey have been received by no. My question to the board is, do you operate on the majority rule of the residents? And if so, then the board should be saying no to this proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Harker.
Next speaker is Valerie Sand.
Thank you, everybody up there. I just want to thank all the volunteers. My mother volunteered for 16 years here. Regarding the washer and dryers, my building has had several water intrusions. I've seen the pipes removed from buildings in Laguna Woods. They're all rotted and narrowed. I live on the ground floor, and our building cannot handle additional water loads. I've had water intrude into my unit, and it's a nightmare. Building 4005 had their pipes relined, and months later they needed additional repairs as the plumbing company was back there again for many days. The unit above me has had numerous kitchen sink clogs. We cannot handle additional water and sewer demands. As for noise, the unit above me has carpet and padding, and I hear them all the time anyway. I also can hear the toilets flush and showers running from both floors 2 and 3. The last thing I want to hear is a washing machine spinning and a dryer rumbling. I'm the volunteer building captain, and I got to ask 4 other residents, and they said they thought that putting washer and dryers in these old buildings was a crazy idea. All the feedback that you've received clearly shows the majority of us do not want these installed. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ann.
Next speaker is Pauline Tong.
I agree with the building captain who was against washers in the unit. The flood restoration trucks are in the garden villas weekly. In my building alone, the tenants in 1A recently had a sewage backup contaminating their unit, resulting in their having to move out for 2 months. New carpets were needed and the place sanitized. Our garage floor was full of toilet paper and putrid and disgusting sewage debris. I myself have had to call resident services several times in 10 years due to disgusting backups in my kitchen sink and bathtub, and I don't put anything inappropriate down the pipes. And we also have epoxy pipes, and I live on the 2nd floor. The epoxy pipes have not made much difference for us. Theoretically, the garden villas could wind up with 24 washers on 50-plus year-old sewage pipes. Now, 81 garden villas doesn't sound like much, but times 24 units, theoretically, that could be 1,944 washers on our already outdated pipes. Someone said less water is used. I don't logically see how that's possible because people who have washers tend to do smaller loads more often. Please consider those folks who want to live here without major headaches. Those of you in real estate who want to make more money selling your unit or who think you're not going to have a sewage backup because you live on the 3rd floor, please have a heart and consider us folks who want to live here without major headaches. It's nothing worse than a sewage backup in your unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thumb.
Next speaker is Ro Kendall.
Applause really isn't necessary. You'll all have your chance to speak. I think we know once you speak where you're coming from.
Good morning, President Laws and the board. Thank you so much for, first of all, that survey was very short and to the point, and that was very effective, I think. And I'm very pleased to be here representing the majority of that survey, so thank you. Okay. My husband and I we're very much against this. We are residents of the third floor. We're also building captains, not that that makes a difference, but we do hear a lot of opinions about our residents, about what's going on. And I feel that I represent them all here today. I didn't have one person that wanted to go forward with this. Anyway, our buildings really are too old to take any more stress of water incursions that are avoidable. I mean, life is full of ups and downs, and we're going to have accidents. But if we can avoid them, it's a much better path forward. And it's not just the pipes that are wearing down. Consider the garage walls in many of the Garden Villa buildings that are deteriorating. They're having to hold them up because of the water. This is what a repairman told me. It was because of water intrusion from the sprinklers that, they're crumbling. It's crazy. And that's probably after, decades of that happening, but it's not a good idea to add more water. So we must avoid any additional and unnecessary water exposure. When we purchased our home, we knew that there were shared laundry rooms, but now it seems that some folks are not happy with this condition of sale. That's what they bought into, and that's what we bought into. We wouldn't have bought a unit with knowing there's washers and dryers above us. That's just, it's too dangerous. And I know that there's a lot of people in real estate perhaps that want to see the values go up, and yeah, that would be nice, but personally, there's more important things than money. Okay, my peace and quiet, my not having to move out of my unit when there's a water incursion, these are very important. I've lived on the third floor of these buildings, never had a problem. First floor, 2 different buildings, problems every single time. And I'm just, it's awful. And now I'm hearing that when they cut into the walls to repair the water damage, there's a possibility that there's asbestos in there. No one ever told me that that was a possibility. That's ridiculous. We're exposing ourselves to that as well, more. So I accept that, there's a lot of people here that might want to do this. And I got to go, but I got a lot of other things to talk about. So I'll just let you munch on that for a while. But please represent and the majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kendall.
Next speaker is Joshua Sue.
Thank you, everyone, for giving us this forum to discuss this issue. I am not a building captain, but I'm the husband and slave to one. And so, in the discussions that I've heard so far, I have not really heard too much talk about the potential of washers and dryers, washers in particular, failing. And when they fail, they can have disastrous consequences for the unit owner as well as all the unit owners below them. I have a single-family home for 30-some years, and our washer leaked twice. And because we had a lower tile floor on the ground floor, it only affected us. It did not affect people downstairs. We live in the Garden Villa apartment, which is the 3-story, 24-unit building. That would not be the case for the majority of those units. The water intrusion could come from water sources, the pressurized lines, the sewer lines, as well as the connections, which was mentioned by one of the directors earlier. But a fourth source, which has been my experience, was the machine itself. The machine itself can fail. In my previous life, I was a mechanical engineer. And you deal with safety factors and incidents, low incidents that are acceptable from a marketing standpoint. But one occurrence can severely compromise the life, quality of life of those people below you. And that is what I have an issue with. we are living in an adult community, senior adults. So these type of adverse experiences can just truly deteriorate the quality of life of that resident. And so, of course, you can tell I'm firmly opposed to that, and maybe that's shared by many of us here. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you.
Okay, we have two more in-person speakers. Next person is Linda Vanderland.
I've been living in this village for 20 years. 20 years. And I lived, all those 20 years, I lived in the Garden Villa, 3-story building. And I have not, lucky enough, I have not had water leaking, not because that I'm actually lucky, because I'm very careful. So during these 20 years, I have never used once my dishwasher. Never once. Because I'm so afraid I will damage whoever it is, including myself. And also, a lot of people think the people lives in the 3rd floor will think that they are the supporter of having dish and washer, having the washer. And that's not true. I live in the 3rd floor. I'm strongly against this idea. And I'm the co-captain of the building as well. I talk to other people on the 3rd floor. Everyone I talk about it, and majority of them are also against it. So whoever always said the 3rd floor is the one that supported it, that's not true. Because if it happens, it's not only us, it's somebody else downstairs. And also, where the washer should be installed and dryer should be installed, they're out of the bedroom. But remember, every room is bedroom. In my opinion, I live in 3-bedroom apartment. We sleep different room all the time. Because the season different, that one has warmer, that one has cooler, and guests coming, and you snore, I snore, and we separate. I mean, everyone, right? Yeah, every room is bedroom. So based on the Director Park's opinion, this is no place to install it. No place. And if it's not a bedroom today, and tomorrow I want to change to the bedroom, that's my freedom. And you have to change your washer. And also there's an indirect impact on this issue that nobody ever mentioned it. So when you install it, so you have to, if the line is not epoxied, so you have to epoxy it. And 5 years, if the building decided, you get reimbursement. So that adds the monitor and administrative cost to the Third Mutual. And second, it costs the budget complication. When you budget the entire epoxy line issue for the village, for the building, for the Third Mutual, for the GVA, I mean, you have to consider, okay, building 35 and 21 and 3B is already did this and 3A already did that. And also, I don't want the epoxy line being damaged for the entire system. You privatize it, and each contractor has a different standard. Even though you have to meet the city of Mutual's code, you still break the integrity of the entire system of the Third Mutual. Okay. Historically, you're going to take the consequence.
Okay, thank you. We understand your perspective. Thank you. Ms. Van der Laan.
Last speaker is Stuart Hack.
I too thank you for the survey that you did. The Gardenville Association did a petition arrangement back in August when this came up originally. 28 buildings replied, had petitions signed by the people who lived in those buildings, and of those 28 buildings, 26 were against having the washers and dryers. So, and then we also had a general membership meeting where there was a vote taken, and the majority of those people in that, this was back in August, in the general membership meeting were also opposed. Yeah, there were some who were in favor. I think the results of your survey are close to being accurate of what the feelings are among the people who live in three-story buildings. And then lastly, I am, is the word shocked or amazed that I can actually violate the rules and sell my unit and no problem. This is news to me. In fact, as president of the Gardenville Association, I have told people, don't even think about it, because when you sell your unit, you're going to have to pay to have all this fixed. So don't start. But apparently that's not so, and I hope that that is changed.
Thank you, Mr. Hack. Okay. Now we have some letters. I'd like you to start with a negative, positive, and we'll see how many we get through in the next 9 minutes or so.
Certainly. So to reiterate, we had 22 responses, 8 were for, 14 were opposed. So I'll start with one that's for, and this is from Lee Feldman, 53721H. Lee says, I personally feel that homeowners having the opportunity to have their own washers and dryers in three-story buildings would be beneficial mainly to the homeowners as well as the association, which is responsible for maintaining and, if need be, replacing a malfunctioning machine. Many of our neighbors are elderly or somewhat incapacitated, where bringing their laundry to the common washer-dryer location can be difficult, especially if the washers are in use and they have to return at a later time, carrying their load. As long as installation is proper and steps are taken to guard against leaking as well as cleaning dryer ducts, having machines in units would be a blessing for those who wanted to have that opportunity. Thank you. The next letter is against. This is from Jeffrey Lawrence, 3336 Unit 3B. Dear Board of Directors and Third Mutual, I wanted to go on record to strongly oppose updating the Architectural Standard 31 washer and dryer installation to allow for the installation of washers and dryers in three-story buildings. I feel this is something that will cause many water damage issues and increase the cost for all members living in three-story buildings, not to mention the great inconvenience for members that have damage done to a washer that causes a flooding incident. I moved to a three-story building well knowing that my laundry would be done in a common area. I've had zero issues with this and I've had no problems finding time to do my laundry. All buyers know that laundry is a common area feature when they buy. Trying to change this after they have bought it is the wish of a few vocal members that don't represent the majority that I've spoken with. Anecdotally, I have lived in multi-story condos with aging pipes that did allow for washers and dryers, where insurance costs nearly doubled both for the HOA and homeowners due to water-related claims. If this does move forward, I would strongly suggest that in addition to the inspection, testing, and remediation costs, that each unit would require a bond amount to be determined in case of water damage caused by a washer or its plumbing, to cover the costs of water damage and occupant displacement occurring due to a water damage incident. Another one that is for is from Trish Belisle at 2385 Unit 1D. We are owners of a manor in Laguna Woods and are in favor of having washers and dryers installed. We would definitely install a washer and dryer in our unit. That has been one of the drawbacks to owning a manor, that the resident needed to use the shared washer and dryer. And we have another one that is against, and this is from Elaine Grist and Bill Toohey at 3420 Unit 1E. We have been owners of a home on the first floor of a garden villa since 2010. Our home has been flooded 3 times, in the kitchen, master bedroom, and living room. In each instance, our upstairs neighbor did his best, but could not protect us from flooding that began in his manor. Our building is not built for such protection. Placing washers or dryers above us will only exacerbate that problem. Please be assured that we will hold VMS legally and financially responsible for floods that occur if such irresponsible action is taken. Would you like me to? Okay.
I'll let you know when you're done, but you're doing a great job so far.
Okay. We have another one that's 4, and this is from Miss Kathy Holland, who was on Zoom, but I presume she logged off. Miss Holland at 5370 Unit 2A says, I think it would be a great asset. I am all for it. We just need some guidelines. Number 1, washers should be in a pan or with a pump to a main drain or a direct connection to a drain. Number 2 is permits. Number 3, all installers to be licensed. And then she goes on to say, I am sure there is much more that can be done to make them a safe asset to the buildings. We have one that is against, and this is from Linda Mendelssohn at 2404 Unit 2B. Linda states, I am unequivocally against having washers and dryers in the 3-story buildings. The piping in these buildings are suspect at best. Also, will you be responsible for a washer overloaded and banging around? Will you be responsible for possible 24/7 noise? Will you be responsible for any and all complaints? I don't think the needs of some override the quality of life for the vast majority of people living in the 3 stories. Another one is from Charles Nichols, 5511 3A. It was short. He says, I am in favor of allowing washers and dryers in manors in 3-story buildings, so long as safety precautions are taken. Then we have one that is against, from Joy Beckstrom. I am vehemently against the washer-dryer option. I live at building 2405 via Mariposa West, and a few years ago our pipes were updated and redone. Last March, I had moisture in my walls in my master bathroom, which GRF was never able to determine the source, but tore out the walls and rebuilt my bathroom. I was out of commission for 8 weeks. What happens if I only have 1 bathroom unit? Well, lo and behold, there is moisture in my walls again. Do you really think moisture in the walls won't become a regular issue with the washers in the units? Anyone who purchased in these buildings knew washers weren't allowed. Go buy somewhere else if that's important to you. Another one is a short and simple one from Juan Sunu, 5510 Unit 3A. Dear Third Board Chair, I would like to vote yes to install washers and dryers in the 3-story buildings. And then we have one from Rosie and Rick Ruello at 2400 Unit 1F. She says, my husband Rick Ruello and I strongly object to the installation of washers and dryers in individual units of 3-story garden villas. Living on the first floor of a garden villa, we personally experienced water incursions related to corroded and broken drain pipes. We're thankful that ours was eventually replaced and the molds remediated. It is just a matter of time for many. These pipes are not only corroded, their circumference is too small to handle large volumes of water. Insurance liability would be insurmountable. Noise is another disruptor. We can hear our neighbors flushing their toilets. I could just imagine the noise created by a spinning, ringing washing machine. We hope you would all reconsider. And this one is from a gentleman, I'll have to get his name later. He says, although I live in a 1-story building, I feel that in 2023, it's about time people in all residences should be accommodated to have laundry capabilities in their own units. I'm sure in the 2000s, there was a similar breakthrough allowing indoor plumbing and toilet facilities into every unit. I know you can't repurpose the laundry rooms until everyone installs their own, but let's get behind those who want them. Please restrict the hours of use so building residents are not too bothered. And my apologies, that was from Richard DeTore. And yeah, he was for. Another one for against. This is from Amelia and Larry DePascali at 5519 3C. They said, we own a condo in a 3-story building and oppose washers and dryers, particularly on the 2nd and 3rd floors. There are enough issues with water intrusion in these buildings without adding washers, dryers to the mix. We have no problem with the community washers, dryers on each floor as long as they are maintained properly and replaced when needed. As a matter of fact, since there are only 6 units on the 3rd floor, we have chosen our own laundry day with Sunday as a free day, and it works great. Then I got one last one. Last one is from Ms. Karen Jackson, Building 4005. Dear 3rd board members, the idea of having washers and dryers in 3-story building condos is asinine. The chance of more water damage makes this a ludicrous idea. The extra noise caused by washers and dryers in 3-story buildings would only benefit one condo while disturbing several other condos nearby. Please do not allow washers and dryers in the condos of 3-story buildings. Instead, let's make sure that each building has efficiently working washers and dryers on each floor.
Great.
And that is the conclusion.
Thank you. All right. Okay, I'm gonna talk slowly just so that Ira can get time to get back, because I think it's now time for us to vote. Yeah, sorry?
Director Zelen has his hand up, so I don't know if you want to speak or not.
Okay, got it. Sure, Jules. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to go out of my way to compliment, is it Paul who was reading those letters? For years, whoever or the number of people who would read these letters would read them like they were speed reading. You could hardly understand what they were saying. Every single one of those letters were clearly, you really understood exactly what these people were saying. So I really want to thank Paul, for doing a really terrific job in reading them clearly and convincingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Zalon. This is Emilian. I appreciate it.
Yes, Emilian is helping Paul today, so it was
Well,
Emilian.
thank you, Emilian.
You did a
You
great
are
job.
just terrific, and I thought you did just a terrific job. And the way you did it should be a model for everyone reading these letters. Thank you for correcting
Thank you, sir.
me.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for that comment. So if we've heard from ourselves, we've heard from members, it's now time for us to vote. There are those of you on Zoom, let Paul know how you want to vote, and let's see how this all proceeds.
Okay, let's start with Director Zelen. Your vote, please. Director Zelen, your vote, please.
Yes, I vote yes. Thank you. I was having trouble finding my mute button.
Thank you. Director Yoon? Thank you. And Director Engdahl? Thank you. And Director Reinhardt? Thank you.
Okay, so this voting is completed and this motion doesn't pass, so I'm guessing it won't come up again, but one never knows. Thank you all for participating. I know it's been a long process. I know some people are going to be disappointed, some people that wanted them. The purpose of the survey that I sent out was to try to get the opinion from the people versus through a building captain that might potentially influence. And, I saw that the majority of the people, although it was a slim majority, didn't want them. So that was the reason for my vote, as well as the people that sent their letters in and the comments as well. So thank you all. And if we still have a bit to go, board members, if you want to stand up and stretch your legs for 1 minute, you may. Brad, you had a comment?
I just had one question. One of the things that concerned me about that was the effectiveness of the epoxy coating on the drain lines. Are we monitoring that, and do we have a process to make sure that what we're doing is actually working properly?
Good question.
It's not working very well.
So we hear from staff that it is working. We hear from residents that it's not. People come out for many reasons to do plumbing work. When we get specific, we ask staff to look into it and give us their opinion. So,
thank you.
We do have Director Cook with a question. Director Cook has a comment.
Director Cook, you had a comment?
Yeah. Out in Zoom land, we don't know what the vote was.
Oh, so the vote, sorry. So vote was six noes and 4 yeses. So it did not pass.
Okay, thank you.
Mark, what if it had been 5-5?
It would not pass. All right.
Mark, a
Yeah.
5-minute break or
No, just one.
Just one?
I just wanted to just stand up and
Okay.
just get some blood flowing.
Okay.
So, we're, if you have to go to, yeah, if you have to use the restroom, great. Otherwise, we're.
Okay. I can, Mark, can I excuse just 1 minute to? Okay, thank you.
All right, everybody. Thank you for helping with that little break. We're going to go ahead and get restarted.
Don't even talk to me about that. How?
I'm not sure where that noise is coming from. Huh? Okay, on line somewhere. All right. We're moving on to agenda item C, 11C, excuse me. And this is for the board to entertain a motion to adopt the 2024 collection and lien enforcement policy. This policy was reviewed and approved, this policy is reviewed and approved yearly and was forwarded to the full board by the Finance Committee. Last month, the board voted to put this update onto 28-day member review and comments. So today we'll be voting as to whether or not to adopt the proposed updates to the 2024 collections and lien enforcement policy. Start by asking Chris to read the resolution for us.
2024 Collection and Lien Enforcement Policy. Excuse me. Whereas in accordance with California Civil Code, 3rd Laguna Hills Mutual maintains a collection and lien enforcement policy that outlines the procedures, policies, and practices employed by the mutual in enforcing lien rights and other legal remedies for default and payment of assessments. And whereas legal counsel has reviewed the existing collection and lien enforcement policy and determined that the updated policy complies with civil code requirements and reflects current practices for collection of mutual delinquencies. Now therefore be it resolved, November 21, 2023, that the Board of Directors hereby adopts the 2024 Third Laguna Hills Mutual Collection and Lien Enforcement Policy as attached to the official minutes of this meeting, and resolve further, the policy statement is provided pursuant to the requirements of California Civil Code Section 5310A7 and will be distributed to members in November 2023 as part of the annual policy statement. And resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution.
Great, thank you, Chris. All right, somebody want to push the motion button? It looks like they have to adopt the proposed 2024 policy before we discuss it further. All right, so it's moved by Chris and seconded by SK. Thank you both. Any questions from the board on this? Okay, and we talked about this last month. Okay, any member comments, Paul? Okay, given that there's no comments, now it's time to vote. So again, we're voting on whether or not to adopt this policy.
Okay, Director Yoon, can I have your vote, please? It doesn't seem like
He may have dropped off.
Director Engdahl, can I have your vote, please? Yeah, it seems like he's talking. I'm not sure if he can hear us. I have Director Cook's vote already, and Director Zallen, can I have your vote, please?
I am forced to abstain.
Okay. Yeah, let me try Director Yoon one more time. Director Yoon, are you there?
Looks like Director Engdahl is back.
Okay. Director Engdahl, can I have your vote, please? Director Engdahl, can I have your vote, please? And
Okay.
I guess
It doesn't.
I'm going to put absent.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter since we have 7 votes for it, and that would be enough to make it pass. So we'll try to have our teleconference team work to get Engdahl back. And it passed 6 votes yes, 0 votes no, 1 abstention.
Chris, I don't think your vote went through.
Oh, okay. Okay. So make that 7 votes yes.
There
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you, board, for that. Okay. Moving on to agenda item 11D. It's for the board to entertain a motion to approve updated schedule of monetary penalties. These updates were suggested by the Resident Policy and Compliance Committee and further endorsed by the Finance Committee. Last month, this board voted to put this updated schedule forward for 28-day member review and comment. So today we'll be voting as to whether or not to accept or not these updates to the schedule of monetary penalties. Chris, can you please read the agenda for us, or excuse me, the resolution for us?
Yes, monetary penalty schedule. Whereas the monetary penalty schedule is required per civil code to identify violations and potential monetary penalties which may be imposed upon a member following a disciplinary hearing by the Board of Directors for violations of the governing documents and rules and regulations by a member, co-occupant, guest, or lessee. And whereas the Resident Policy and Compliance Committee has recommended amending the monetary penalty schedule to increase the penalty ranges to $50 to $2,000. Now therefore be it resolved, November 21, 2023, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby approves the attached amended monetary penalty schedule, and resolve further that Resolution 03-96-31 adopted May 21, 1996, is hereby superseded and canceled, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution.
Great, thank you, Chris. All right, can I get a motion to approve the updated schedule of monetary penalties before we discuss it further and vote? Okay, someone's trying, perhaps. All right, oops. I think I was the seconder. Just since me. I tried and then it came to the screen. Any questions, comments on this? Board members? I'm looking around. Any Zoom? I see that screen up there, so now I can see Zoom. Don't see any comments. Oh, SK, go ahead.
Yes, I feel 2,000 maximum to be too severe as a penalty.
Okay.
That's my feeling. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. Andy?
Good point, SK. I brought it up last time too, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's intended for the egregious cases. Most people would not go anywhere near that. It's just for these scofflaws who are making money off violating the rules. We need more teeth in our enforcement. Otherwise, it's just a cost of doing business for them. 2,000, in fact, may not be enough, but I hope it is.
Okay, thanks, Andy. That's an appropriate response. All right, yes? It looks like Jules has a comment or question?
Yes, I am extremely against the increase in penalties. As to Andy's comment about scofflaws, good comment, but the response is not to hit them with penalties. The response is simply to sue them and get them to comply. And if they're out of compliance, they're going to wind up paying our attorney's fees as well. That's the way to hit them in their pocketbook. The point is that what we are doing here is typical, little minor peccadillos violating our local rules. And for us to impose thousands of dollars in penalties for someone to violate a rule that we, elected to adopt is just outrageous. It's meaningless. The point is, if you have someone that is violating an occupancy rule, you simply can sue them and get them to come into compliance. That's the way to do it. But so get rid of that as a consideration. In all other respects, we're talking about clutter or somebody putting something in that isn't appropriate. We should slap them on the wrist. Most of the disciplinary stuff should actually go to social services. But to the extent that we're imposing a penalty, the penalty should be modest in the extreme. Thank you.
Thank you, Jules. Okay, Brad?
What was the old ceiling?
$500.
$500? Okay.
Okay, any other questions? Jules, your hand, okay, thank you. All right. Okay, it's now time for us to vote. Sorry, Paul, I'm assuming there were no member comments. Okay, so time for us to vote on whether or not to approve the updated schedule of monetary penalties for implementation January 1st.
Director Yoon, can I have your vote, please? Director Yoon, can I have your vote, please? Okay.
The moon is back.
Director Yoon, can you hear me?
Yeah, but he's frozen.
He's blinking.
He's giving a thumbs up?
Thumbs up, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Moon.
And Director Zalin, can I have your vote, please?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Director Engdahl, are you there? Okay, I'll mark him as absent.
I had to leave for a moment here. I've got an emergency I have to take care of. What are we voting on?
This is the monetary penalty schedule.
Yeah, 11D.
Okay, from what I've read of it, yeah, I'm in favor, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So voting is completed. This passed. 8 yeses, 2 noes, and 0 abstentions. Thank you, board. All right. Now we're moving on to agenda item 12, which is for our new business for the day. Agenda item 12A is for the board to entertain a motion to approve the proposed updates to the Architectural Standard 18 for gutters and downspouts. These updates were recommended by the ACSC, and today we will be voting as to whether or not to submit these updates forward for 28-day member review and comment. Bart, do you have any comments for us regarding this before we make a motion?
Just a brief introduction to the item. Standards 18, gutters and downspouts, was last updated in 2018. The revisions before you bring it up to current. It adds new materials, and more importantly, it sets the standard for the type of gutter systems that will be allowed, so they're consistent with the ones that we install as well. So those are the main components of these revisions. I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any board members have any questions for Bart? He's so quick to sit down. But in this case, it looks like it's okay. Can I get a motion to place this proposed updated standard on 28-day member review and comment before we discuss it further? Okay, all right. Thank you, Andy and Chris. So moved by Andy, seconded by Chris. Any questions from members of the board or comments? Okay, I'm looking at Zoom, don't see anything. All right. Any member comments from any third members? Okay, now it's time to vote then. You have a comment?
So
You don't have to, by the way.
No, I know. But I just tell everybody that this will dramatically help with any time we have any major rain, that we'll be able to move a lot more water away from the buildings with larger downspouts, larger gutters, and they won't get clogged as easy. So it's just moving up to the standard that the rest of the world is using. So it's just a positive all the way around. That's all I can say.
Okay. Great, thank you. All right, any other comments based upon yours? Now everybody may want to jump on the bandwagon. Okay, so everybody's fine. Now time to vote. We'll be voting on whether to submit these updates forward for 28-day member review and comment.
Okay, Director Yoon, can I have your vote, please?
And
Director Yoon, is that yes or no?
Moon, a thumbs up, thumbs down for you, perhaps?
Thank you.
Okay, thumbs up. Okay, thanks. That seems to work better.
Director Engel, we have a yes. And Director Zalin, can I have your vote, please, sir?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. So voting is done. This passed unanimously, all 10 of us. So again, we're putting this standard update forward for 28-day member review and comment. Agenda item 12B is for the board to entertain a motion to approve the proposed updates to another architectural standard. This one is Standard 11 for exterior floor coverings. These updates were also recommended by the ACSC, and today we'll be voting as to whether or not to submit these forward for 28-day member review and comment. Sorry, I'm trying to remember what Jules said and not speed read through these things. Bart, do you have anything you want to share with us regarding exterior floor coverings?
As with the previous standard, we're trying to bring this one up to current. The main reason for the proposed revisions is to allow epoxy coating of garage floors. And we took advantage of that to bring it up, as I mentioned, to current, to provide new materials and standard approvals for floor coverings in other exclusive use common areas. Again, the main purpose is to allow the epoxy coating of garage floors with an appropriate type of coating, but that would also apply to other areas as well. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, anybody have any questions for Bart? Okay, I actually had a couple. Regarding section 2.5, it talks about a gap of a covering on your patio so that a mower can ride, I guess, on the 4 inches of your patio. Some homes I've seen, mine included, have a patio and then have a 4-inch dirt gap before the lawn starts. And the landscapers spray that with their weed killer as they come by, so there is already a mow strip, if you will. So would I still need to require, even with that gap, a 4-inch gap on my patio would be a question.
You will not need that gap if it has your mow curb or concrete gap. That's the one that provides protection to the new covering or the new flooring that you have installed. And that is all that is needed for maintenance. It's a barrier, whether it is space barrier or in this case, and moving forward, we make sure that if any of these are approved, that this mow curb or the concrete barrier is installed so that our maintenance doesn't have any problem providing the required maintenance for the landscape.
Okay, thanks. I might tweak that a little bit just to allow for that versus it being so absolute that you need a mow strip on your patio or walkway. That if the lawn doesn't come up there, all the way up to the patio or walkway, then staff would work with you or something. And can you tell me about more about section 3.2? Members shall remove any floor covering for access to subsurface for purposes of repairs. Let me rephrase that.
Okay.
I might reword it to members may be asked to remove any floor covering at members' expense versus they shall, because your very next statement, 3.3, says members assume all responsibility. If maintenance comes in and tries to do the work without breaking anything or messing things up versus requiring the member to remove it in advance, I think that should be sufficient. Do you understand what I'm saying?
That is a good point, and I think I do understand
Okay.
what you're suggesting, and I think we can take a look at the language that we have here to incorporate your thoughts.
Okay. Yeah, just when you say shall, that's an absolute to me, and so I try to, if we're open to different things based upon working with staff, I'd like to mention that. So those were the only comments I had. All right. Any other questions for Bart? Okay. Thank you, Bart. I wouldn't leave quite yet, but we're almost done with you, I think. So can I get a motion to place these updates onto 28-day member review and comment? Did you get a second? Okay, all right. So Chris moved, Brad seconded. Thank you both. Any final questions, comments from any members before we vote? Okay. So on the screen behind you, Paul, was Zoom? If you can put that back, that'd be helpful just because it made it easy for me to look. But that's fine. I just want to make sure. Any comments from anybody on Zoom? Okay, don't see any. All right. Okay, so it looks like it is now time to vote. Bart, I think we're done with you today. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch and your afternoon.
All right, Director Yoon, you can have your vote, please, sir. Director Yoon, thumbs up or thumbs down?
Looks like you might be frozen. Oh,
thank you.
Please, thumbs up. Okay.
And Director Zalin, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
And we're going to put absent for
Andy. We'll say put him as abstaining since he stepped out. So this passed with 9 yeses, 0 noes, 1 abstention, which is Andy. Thank you, Board. All right, moving on to agenda item 12C. This is for the Board to entertain a motion to approve the proposed updates to our fruit tree policy. These updates were recommended by the Landscape Committee, and today we will be voting as to whether or not to submit these updates forward for 28-day member review and comment. So Kurt, do you have any opening comments for us regarding this?
I think this is one of the easier ones you'll have today. We're just modifying the existing policy. The existing policy requires removal of fruit trees at resale. The policy will stay the same, except it gives residents the option to retain fruit trees at resale as long as they are well maintained.
Okay, and they agree to maintain them?
Yes.
Got it, okay.
And I currently have 5 requests to retain them.
Okay.
I've been sitting on waiting for this date.
Okay, got it, okay. Okay, and so this was, I think Director Yoon and Director Park had commented about this before. So this is one of those situations where we try to change things as we listen to each other. So good stuff, thanks. Anybody have any questions for Kurt before we create a motion and have further discussion and vote? Okay. Can I get a motion to place the updated fruit tree policy on 28-day member review and comment? All right, so moved by Brad, seconded by Chris. Thank you. Any questions from board members? Okay, looks like Moon has a comment or question, as does Jim. So Moon?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. I think it's long overdue. Seems to me it was very short-sighted. It was done, and it needed to be changed. Thank you to bring it up. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Moon. Jim?
I'm just wondering if we brought it up in time for the people that had the 5 citrus trees that they wanted to keep, or have those already been removed?
I won't put Kurt on the spot there so it will probably not, since that was a couple of months ago. All right, so thanks for that. Okay, any other questions, comments? And I'm assuming no member comments on this, all right? Okay, now time to vote then. And again, we're voting as to whether to put this policy on 20-day member review and comment.
Okay, Director Yoon, your vote, please. Thank you.
Big thumbs up for Moon.
Okay, and Director Engdahl, your vote, please. Thank you. And Director Zalin, your vote, please.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so the voting is complete. This passed unanimously, so we'll put this on 28-day member review and comment. Thank you, Board. Agenda item 12D is for the Board to entertain a motion to approve an urban forest management plan. This plan has been talked about for several months and was recommended by the Landscape Committee. And today we will be voting as to whether or not to accept the plan. So there's no 28-day review and comment here, just a plan that we accept or not. Kurt, you want to update us on this?
Absolutely. I brought with me Kanami Otami from the consultant. She's an urban forester. If you have any detailed questions that I can answer.
Okay.
The urban forestry plan is something we've been working on for almost a year now. This is a long-term document designed to aid us in retaining the beauty of the urban forest that it currently has. It covers issues everywhere from what kind of trees to replace, how many trees to replace when we take one out, when to take one out, what trees to plant, how to plant them. It's very comprehensive. It covers everything from tree maintenance that you would want to cover. As you can see, it's a sizable document. You all got copies of it. I'm sure you read it all in your free time. But if you have any questions about it, it's a great document. I was very involved in this, and I'm very for it. I think it's a great thing going forward. It will outlast all of us. As you see, we've changed policies going back and forth on the fruit tree policy and things like that, but I think this is a long-lasting document that we can work with for many, many years.
Okay, great, thanks. Any questions for Kurt? Okay, I had a couple. Is it United have the same plan, or is theirs different?
It's about 95% the same.
Okay.
They have more trees per acre than you. They're much more denser. Their trees are a lot closer to the buildings than yours are, so theirs focuses a little bit more on infrastructure conflicts and replanting plans as far as distances from structures, things like that.
Okay. So today we have 15,000 trees in Third.
Correct.
15 years from now, are we going to have 15,000 trees in Third?
That is the goal.
Okay.
The goal is to maintain the what's the word I'm looking for? The canopy cover. Thank you.
Okay.
Not necessarily the number of trees, but the amount of land that is covered by tree canopies.
Okay, so we might have less trees or more, less if they have broader canopies, more if they have smaller canopies.
Correct,
Then,
and the manual covers all of that.
okay, and I understand, but
Yeah.
you know, and yes, I have read it, but I'm sure many of the members that might be wondering what this is about.
And it also, I didn't mean to interrupt, but
No,
it
go-
also, a lot of the trees here are not good for this climate that we have here, especially with the prolonged drought that they have predicted. So this also gets us more towards trees that are more bred for this climate.
Okay, good, all right. And there's section 3, which is the management practices, which talks about how to trim and water and all those things. For those things that we aren't doing already, I'm assuming if we approve this today, your staff will immediately start following these management practices?
We are already working on updating all of our SOPs to be in line with this.
Okay, great, all right. Okay, thank you, that's all my questions. Brad?
Did you survey the trees to get their opinion on this?
Maybe they did. So how did, you know?
We did survey the residents, and we got over 966 responses. So we did get a lot of input from the residents.
Good. Yeah, I read through it. I thought it was an excellent plan. You know, and just from my being new here and walking the neighborhoods, I do see some concern with trees located awfully close to buildings and not being trimmed properly. So that seems to be incorporated into the plan.
It is.
Okay, great. Okay. Any other questions, comments from anyone? All right. Can I get a motion? We'll have to start with that. A motion to approve this urban forest management plan. Okay, so Ira moved, Chris seconded. Thank you both. Any final comments, questions? I don't know, I keep asking that. All right. Time to vote.
Director Yoon, your vote, please. Okay, Jules, I think we have a yes, I believe, with the hand. Director Yoon, your vote. Director Engel, we got a yes. And I think Director Yoon's on his phone right now.
Okay, Moon, can you hear us? Okay, all right.
I'll put abstain.
Okay, and Jules, that was accurate. Okay, all right. So we're having trouble getting Moon's vote, but this passed nonetheless with 9 votes. We'll consider Moon abstaining. Thank you, Kurt and team, for making this happen. I know that it's been a interesting experience, but a good one. So thanks. The future of the village will be thrilled. Moving on to agenda item 12E, it's for the board to entertain a motion to approve an updated Third Mutual Landscape Maintenance Manual. So this updated manual is recommended by the Landscape Committee. Today we will be voting as whether or not really to accept the updates. It's more than anything, I wanted to make sure that this manual got out. So it's in, open meeting minutes, open meeting agenda package. But us voting on it, it's a living, breathing document. Us voting on it today just kind of means we've all seen it and, our opinion on it. So it's not something that can't be changed next month or next year as needed. So any questions, comments on it? I'm not even going to ask Kurt to even talk about it. Ira?
I'll just say that I agree with you. It's a living document that it will change. Not that it won't, or may, but it will change as our environment changes, as basically our environment changes, and the needs for the village to require certain things from the residents. So it will change.
Okay.
It will change.
Yeah, good. Okay, thanks. Any other comments, questions? Yeah, I mean, I noticed misspelling on the heading of page 7. So we'll change those things. But it's mainly, also, we have a fair amount of new board members, wanted them to understand what the kind of the process was, that landscape follows what landscape does, what the residents are responsible to do, that kind of thing. So can I get a motion to approve the it kind of seems somewhat silly, but we'll go ahead and do this anyway.
What?
Get
No, it'll be over in a few minutes.
Hey there, Jules, we can hear you.
Oops, sorry.
Not a problem. Just letting you know. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, comments before we vote? It's been moved by Ira and seconded by SK. All right. It is now time to vote.
Okay, Director Engel? Okay, we have a yes. And Director Zalin, is that a yes? Okay.
All right. So it's passed. Flying colors, 9 yeses, and I abstain just because I plan to submit an update. Same content, just formatting it differently. I think it could be a little bit easier written so that members can more easily understand their responsibilities. But I'll take that on myself and submit my updates to the Landscape Committee when I have them. But thank you, Board. That's great. Moving on to agenda item 12F. This is for the board to approve, and thanks, Kurt, updated committee assignments. So these assignments have been made as a result of the recent GRF board election, which resulted in Kush Bada moving to the GRF board. So the proposed changes really update the committees that Kush was on. I have a correction, but I'll ask for a motion first before I mention my correction. Okay. So, okay. I'm waiting for a second. Okay. All right. SK moved. Brad seconded. All right. So the changes on the Landscape Committee. The Landscape Committee, Kush needs to be crossed off. He's still on there somehow. Okay. But that was the only change that I had. Anybody else have any issues, comments regarding this? You'll notice that there's some that I just crossed Kush off and didn't replace him. Hopefully we'll find a new board director to replace Kush before some of those meetings get going full steam, and the new member can help fill in. I didn't want to burden a lot of members in some of these meetings. These committees don't meet for a while anyway. So, okay.
Mark?
Yes, SK?
Yes, I do have a question. Garden Villa Recreation Room Subcommittee, 2 directors enough to make a quorum, or do we need?
No, so that was kind of the comment I just mentioned. So that meeting that is not going to meet again until February.
Right.
That committee. So I'm hoping we'll have a replacement for Kush.
Okay.
Yeah, and if that person, especially if they live in a Garden Villa,
I hope so.
people, please feel free to submit your candidacy to join the board. Then they would be a perfect.
Okay.
So
good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Oh, Jim?
Yeah, the one I sent you an email on where there were 6 board members on the committee, and you.
That was the Landscape Committee?
Okay,
and
that got corrected.
Right. Yeah, Kush was just on there still. And he should be crossed off. So Paul's got that in his trusty notes, as do I. As does Chris. All right. Thank you. Any others? All right. Excellent. Let's go ahead and vote as you wish.
Okay. Director Yoon, your vote, please. Director Yoon, are you there?
Did you get? Okay. Moon, were you able to vote?
I I was looking at here, Finance Committee. Kushi is still on.
Is he?
Is that by mistake or on purpose?
No, no, he's crossed off.
No, Kushi is black and it's not cross off.
Finance Committee, he crossed out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you looking at 12F? Where are you looking at the agenda package?
Page 12 over 20 and 13 over 20s.
So I think you're looking at the minutes from the last meeting,
Right.
perhaps. So this would be agenda item 12F.
I went the wrong place.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're behind.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No
Okay.
problem. No problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
My hand is up.
Okay.
And Director Zalin, your vote?
No.
No? Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right. All right, so 9 yeses, 1 no, and 0 abstentions. Thank you. Okay. And we're now on our final new business agenda item, which is agenda item 12F. And it's for the board to consider the impacts as a result of this board during the approval of its 2024 budget to eliminate 25% of the third mutual compliance budget. And so we're going to kind of get a presentation about what the impact of that change is, and some information about compliance. And then if that presentation results in any motions that we want to make, we'll make those motions and vote on them. So that's what we'll do. So Director Nunez, thank you for joining us and updating us on compliance and what a 25% budget decrease would do.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. President and the members of the third board. Before you, as the President stated, is a staff report requesting your review of the presentation and provide some direction to staff regarding the approved reduction of compliance division for funding of 2024. Just as a little bit of background, Okay, I'll go with the one you have there. We'll go ahead and, next slide. Compliance Division background has 8 full-time equivalent staff members and administers rules enforcement programs for GRF, United, and Third Mutuals. It coordinates investigation for all alleged violations and facilitates and organizes 3 disciplinary hearing committees as well as ad hoc committees, staff officer to 3 governing document committees as well. The third Laguna Hills Mutual bylaws and California Civil Code mandate evaluation and imposition of member discipline. And I will tell you that that as a board of directors, and you all know this, you're obligated, to evaluate and impose appropriate member discipline under your bylaws and California Civil Code. And on July 20th of 2004, the board members established a timely processing of member discipline for the purpose of holding disciplinary hearings in a timely manner and ensuring progress and discipline under Resolution 030412. The member discipline process is coordinated through Compliance Division. And just so you know, for compliance, because a lot of the folks that are maybe listening to this and have never dealt with any of the member discipline hearing process, probably don't know and how it goes. But upon notice of an alleged violation, staff investigates the violations, and should staff identify that there's evidence of the violation by a member and/or their guests, staff will send a courtesy notice to the offending party describing the allegations and the disciplinary action that may ensue if that violation is not corrected. Staff will monitor the situation, and if compliance is not evident, staff will then send a final notice requesting compliance. In addition to that, the matter is scheduled for disciplinary hearing with the Board of Directors to determine if member discipline is actually merited. If the alleged violation throughout any of this process has been resolved, then no further action is actually required. All right. Some more background on how we got here. Previous boards for United and Third were actually kind of dissatisfied with the length of time it took compliance to inspect, investigate, and bring to disciplinary hearings the various violations that members had complained about most. And that was because members were coming to the board saying, why is this taking so long? So at the direction of both boards, the Director of Security proposed a reorganization of the Compliance Department to enhance the level of service for its members by adding a second compliance inspector so that each housing mutual had its own designated inspector as reflected in the 2023 budget. This has helped tremendously to increase the board's ability to provide timely resolutions to complaints by members against other members who are alleged to be in violation, while at the same time ensuring that a just and timely disciplinary hearing and process occurs. Back on September of 2023, the Board of Directors for the Third Mutual, the board then decided that they would reduce the 2024 business plan budget for the Compliance Division by 25%. Or $71,439, which will obviously, that kind of reduction, I know that you know this because you're board members, but there are a lot of folks that probably don't know that we are a service-oriented organization, as every other department is as well. We don't manufacture, those kinds of things. We're all about service. And most of that service is the cost of doing the business is actually the cost of the personnel that are providing the service for our members. And as a result, that reduction is a pretty significant reduction to their funding, which will result in a dramatic reduction of service level and an enforcement of current rules and regulations. It's vitally important to note that the elimination of positions falls under the authority of Village Management Services. Any reduction in staff will be reviewed and approved by VMS, so that's a whole separate issue, but there is a cause and effect to a reduction of budget. I can tell you that we had looked under the direction of the President himself, asked that we look at ways to reduce costs through process and finding inefficiencies. And my operations manager of compliance, actually spent an entire day with her team, and I was present at a portion of that meeting, just really scoping out everything that we do in compliance and all the processes. And we did manage to find a couple things that were inefficient. None of that would result in the kind of cost savings that would equal up to $71,000, but they did help to point out where some people were probably, the distribution of work was not as fair as it could be amongst different admin coordinators, and even and then some of the work and could be done differently so that we could be a little bit quicker in our turnaround time. And so I appreciate the help with that from Francis Gomez on that. And so I'll move on to our discussion. And this is to give you a better understanding of the scope of work that compliance personnel handle by way of complaints. I provided this chart. And on this chart, you'll see that this is broken down so that you can see that every month these are the cases. And this, by the way, is for Third only. This isn't for GRF or United included. And you can see the various allegations that we actually investigate, and it's not hard to observe that clutter is the number one violation that members call compliance about, or sometimes call you to call compliance about and report. this issue. I mean, from January to October, we have somewhere near 4,200 of cases that they've been assigned for third, and it's about 419 on average per month. The average overall for GRF, United, and Third combined is 760 a month. So you would say it's probably the lion's share, but and 1,700 of those essentially are clutter cases. But I think what's important is the little note that I have down at the footnote at the bottom, and it says that compliance has scheduled 142 disciplinary hearings, 43 for GRF, 73 for United, and only 37 for Third. So like I said in the very beginning, most of the folks don't understand that even though they get these letters and even though we go through this process, we still bring it before the board before they determine whether there's a hearing that needs to be held. So you've been obviously judicious in whether those things should be brought forward. And then if we go on to the next page, which is the fines, and I heard you talking about that earlier in your meetings, and you can see that that the fines total for the entire time that this year so far are $6,650, and I will talk a little bit more about that as to what we actually budget, because we know that history, based on the history and practices, that we're probably going to generate a certain amount of revenue because of fines, because of the behavior of members, and at the discretion of the boards in terms of meting out that discipline, that there will probably be X number of dollars for fines. And this board, Third's board, in the last couple of years, have not only have had a change in philosophy, I think, and in reducing the amount of hearings that we have, but also the fines, and you'll see that in just a moment. So, go ahead. But I did want to show you really quickly in terms of the overall impact, in terms of percentage of work. So, and I did it with clutter, obviously being the highest percentage. 38% of the workflow is coming from the various clutter calls and or allegations. And clutter, from the previous slide you saw, was breezeway, carport, common area, interior, and patio. So there's a number of various areas that you can have clutter that is enforceable by your HOA rules. And then second to that is illegal occupancy, obviously, and some of the landscape issues. But clutter and illegal occupancy are probably our top two. So go ahead and move on. And then during the financial analysis of this, I wanted to tell you that number that I always spoke about, what we typically, because of past history, budget for resident violations, is about $63,000. So far, we've only fined for $6,500. So that's roughly 10% of what we budget for we find. So I think the judgment of the Third board has been looking at this and looking at it and trying to be as fair as possible to the members, obviously, and they're looking really the namesake of that department, compliance, looking for compliance and not looking for some sort of revenue generator, so to speak. And that's reflected in the amount of fines that we've received thus far. But the board did approve a 25% reduction for the 2024 business plan, and that 25% reduction resulted in an inability to investigate, enforce, and inspect a majority of violations. And obviously, the majority of those violations types are clutter and other complaints by members of the Third Mutual. As a result, service levels will decrease, and many policies will have to be addressed formally in order to reflect the reduction rather than create a situation of statutory neglect. And if we move on to the discussion of options, I'll demonstrate that for you really quickly. Under alternative one is the reduction of enforcement, which does require amending policy and governing documents to reflect the position of the board and to also meet for that budgetary reduction. Under this alternative, the board will need to direct staff on which types of violations to cease and reduce investigation and extend the disciplinary process possibly, allowing members more time to address the violations. Currently, like I said, clutter and occupancy investigations require most of the staff time that they use. Why I'm saying this is because in order to reduce or to meet the budgetary requirements, it takes a reorganization of that department itself. If I do, along with the manager and with approval of VMS, reorganize that department, that will mean that I won't be able to do the enforcement investigations that we had established in previous budgets to do. And as a result, if we don't enforce those rules that are on our books, we have a situation of statutory neglect where somebody can call and complain about it, and we're saying we're not going to do anything about it. That's a problem for the board, so we can't allow that to happen. So the board would have to take some sort of action to eliminate those things from being enforced and no longer be part of the rules that will be applied in the HOA and in the mutuals. And the second option, and in some discussions I've had, is not a very viable option. I will just put it out there right now, and I've talked to President Laws about this too, and that was his concern, but was to share a compliance inspector with United. One of the things is it would cost half the cost of whatever that inspector's cost would be, as well as it would also be a situation where it would be a reduction of service level for everybody, United as well as Third. Probably not as severe, as it would be just for Third if we had the reduction, the 25%. But everybody would have to then spread out that the reduction of services over both mutuals, and as far as I know, United hasn't had any kind of discussion about this or any issues about having their own inspector. And there was one thing that was brought up to my attention, that is it possible for security to be able to do inspections and stuff like that, and be able to help out with compliance in helping to enforce those things that we would take off the books, so that you wouldn't have to take them off the books. It's possible, but you have to understand that that's also a reduction of security services overall, the whole community as well, because they wouldn't be available to do some of that stuff. And its catch is catch can. So it's still a reduction of service, slowing down the pace. And one of the reasons why we reorged back in 2022 and 23 was so that we would respond to the complaints that the process was taking too long. And then the third alternative is obviously the reinstatement of the 25%, which would then put us at status quo, and there would be no reduction of service, and things would be continuing on as they are today. And with that completes my presentation. I'm currently, obviously I'm here for questions and comments, but staff's purpose in doing this was to make sure that the board understood kind of the ramifications for the actions taken, understanding why the actions were taken, but and not necessarily needing, and this is not me stepping in here, Mr. President, but not necessarily needing a vote at this time, but actually just wanting you to review this and being able to ask that you consider those alternatives, and then if not now, sometime soon, provide us with direction as to how you would like us to proceed as a compliance department with their.
Thanks for the presentation. So, I mean, if I were to summarize it, it sounds like, this board kind of has three different options. One, we can reduce the number of rules that we enforce today. So, for instance, allow all clutter and take all the clutter rules off the books, and so we wouldn't need compliance to enforce clutter rules. So that would save us money that way and potentially allow us to meet this new budget request. We can reduce this level of service, which effectively means things would take much longer, perhaps, to get through the process. If we continue to enforce existing rules, it would just take much longer because they wouldn't have the staff to do that. And the third option really is reinstate funds to the compliance departments to allow them to do the job that we've asked them to do. So those are kind of the high-level three options that I've kind of come up with. Yes?
If there's no discussion, well, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I would like to move that we reinstate the 25% back into the 2024 budget.
Okay. All right. So motion's been made to put 25%, retain the budget that was originally planned and not take 25% out. Any seconds? I'll second it. Yeah. Any discussion? Yes, Ira?
Well, it really doesn't, none of these really take into account, I mean, Chief Nunez did a bit saying that that the compliance department did have a day-long meeting trying to find efficiencies with in your own department. But I see part of the issue with compliance is that people don't know they're breaking the rules in a lot of cases. And better communication, not just from compliance, but from every department, has been a problem to the resident, as well as internally, not necessarily with compliance, but other departments have internal issues from the top to the bottom. And so I would like to see, and I'm not sure how, but if we fund, we've basically funded for 9 months, okay, at 25% off the table. So we're good until the end of September at full. And then I would like to see the 25% not reinstated now. And I'd like to see how many efficiencies can be made in these other departments, because we've had situations where your security has had to go out too many times and there's not a lot of them, but it all adds up to check on things that they shouldn't have had to do. And I think there's some of that, and I don't know how much there is until we really look at it. How much efficiencies can we get out of this department, that will make it not necessary for compliance to be involved at all, like with landscape and so on. I'm not sure what those are. It could be just people watering. It could be them putting in a tree, digging a hole, putting in a tree. I have no clue as to what that is.
Okay.
And so I'd like to see more possible ways of communicating with the residents and owners to avoid compliance getting involved at all. And I see it as 9 months to get that done before we reinstate the other 25%. That's all. I'm not against reinstating it, but I'd like to see if we can move in a direction where we don't need it, where there are some efficiencies made, especially in communication. This is just where things go south. People don't know they break the rules. And I think we need just to communicate better so we can reduce a lot of these things, like clutter. I mean, you tell people they can't stack things up, and it'll get around at some point, but I'm not sure how to get that done. That's my own problem.
Right. So you're taking the money out of compliance to solve a overall communication problem, perhaps?
Well, to make a bigger push towards that, to like I said, I'm willing to put the money back in if it's really needed.
I hear you.
But I'd really like to see when you have a due date on something, you tend to get things done more efficiently. And so, I would just like to see an across the board better communication. And as our CEO has mentioned to us before, that they are improving, and I'd like to see if some of those improvements of communication to the residents and within VMS will make a difference. And that's all.
Okay. Good comments, Brad?
And I'm not opposed to adding that back into the budget either. But I think there's some opportunities of coordinating with some of the other departments, especially on the clutter issue, and I'm going to give you some examples. So last week they came through and cleaned all the carports in my general area. There's a carport that has these sliding glass doors that have been stacked there since I moved in. There's one that has gate pieces. There's one that's just a pile of junk. I'm pretty sure there's a car that's been there for at least 10 years. But my question is, if people are coming through and cleaning the carports, how hard is it for them to take a picture and send it to you and say, hey, this is a clutter issue. Here's proof of it. Let's take action on it. Landscaping, I mean, they're in our neighborhood every 2 weeks. Those could be a resource. If you've got, hey, I got a complaint about building 2388. Next time you mow the yard, would you tell me what's on the front porch and take a picture of it? Maintenance is in the same areas. There's a lot of people other than the 8 people in compliance that are in our neighborhoods all the time. And I think it would just be a matter of communicating that with the other departments. And maybe every day, you say, hey, or you know what, it's going to rain tomorrow. So what are the people that are supposed to mow the grass doing when it rains tomorrow? I don't know what the answer to that is, but they could be making compliance inspections. I think there's a lot of resources that we need to look at that are already existing that would help supplement your ability. Because I view compliance as an administrative process. You're not the police, you're the administrator. You do the investigation, you present objectively what's happening or what was reported. And quite frankly, I'd like to see compliance more involved in a visual inspection. I mean, I walk by some places every day and I'm like, if I lived next to them, I would report it. I don't live next to them, but if compliance did a general walkthrough even every 6 months, I mean, there's one place that has plastic bins stacked 3 or 4 high in their whole back patio. And they have boards up on the back patio and more bins behind that. And it's not something you see normally because it's in a back area. There's another person in my building, they've got crap all over their front porch, like office chairs and pillows, and nothing that they ever use. It's just stored there. I just think there's a lot of resources that are in our neighborhoods that you guys could use.
If I may, part of the reason why they asked for each mutual wanted their own inspectors because they wanted compliance to be proactive and not reactive. But when you see the caseload of an average monthly caseload of 760 cases, and those are almost all predominantly, like 99% of them are because members are calling on members.
Right.
And non-compliance actually going out and looking for violations. 760 on average per month for 8 people, and having separate type of functions in those 8 people, it makes it, the workload is pretty tremendous. If you have sat on those committees, those hearing committees, you'll see the kinds of paperwork that's generated, the reports to bring to a hearing, and the constant, because the whole idea is the goals for compliance. So there's a number of letters that go out, a lot of follow-up that happens. And so what you're actually asking for, Director Reinhardt, is actually what those folks were asking about probably a couple years ago, and that's why we had the additional compliance inspector. but we're keeping up with the work generated by the members of the various mutuals, and we would like to be more proactive, I think, but right now, that's exactly what we're doing. We're just keeping up with the workflow that's presented to us.
Right, so kind of as you're saying, if staff started reporting more clutter, that would just be additional work for the compliance team to...
Or it would get dealt with on a more routine basis and not be, waiting for someone to report it as an emergency. That's what I'm saying. You make things from a process orientation standpoint. If you're looking at it and addressing it routinely, maybe it gets better as opposed to waiting for someone to realize they're violating it.
Fair.
But that's a valid point. I mean, we're not obviously trying to increase the workload. We're trying to increase rule compliance without spending a ton more money, basically, and using all the resources available to do that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, because that's kind of why I had that little blurb on the bottom of that one graph to show you that of all those, cases, 4,200 cases in so far this year, that we've only brought, 37 of them to a hearing. So, I mean,
you're resolving a lot of them.
We're getting compliance and, through that kind of outreach and letter writing, and people are complying on their own. So we're fortunate that is happening.
So Moon, you have a comment, and then Jules?
I think I was the initial one who tried to cut 50%, not to 25%. You guys were very lucky. You have some friend in our board, so I had to compromise the 25%. During the election, about 50% of the resident complaint was compliance. And then I was one of a victim. And then second one I want to bring it up is we want to make a police station and a proactive. We're going to have a police all over the world at each door. Or if we have a small car accident, about 10 police cars coming in instead of one police car coming in. Okay, then third, when you look at the budget, which we don't have at this time, every year compliance budget went up. And then I thought, it's a small community and the tranquil community, our crime rate keep going on every year. And you have to bring up the compliance budget every year, and you have to bring more people every year. And then how many we're gonna, right? Last time I saw was 8 people. And then every year we put one more, maybe 10 years, we're gonna have 20 people compliance. Every year we're gonna increase. Then one of my surprise here is this budget is done. That's what Mark was President was telling me. And then we're going to bring back we just did it. And then is that what we are doing? If that is true, we can do it. I'm going to bring it every item, every meeting. I want to try to do that. Is that possible? Is that what we are doing? That's another thing. Third, okay, any business, any management, it's up and down every time. When you are up, you make a profit. When you are down, you tighten your belt to make it through, or you make it better. So 25 decrease, you cannot do any compliance, any policing work at all. And then you even on your presentation, you are exposed to lawsuit. Is that what you're proposing? Third, okay, all the budget issue, all the cluster issue is, I don't see any safety issues because I was one of victim of their small that I showed that our closed session. With my case, there was just 6 times or 7 times the compliance people sent me a letter. I was never been able to communicate. Even I sent the email, all that. I want to talk to them. They never show up. Okay, Brett bring up and then the Ira bring it up their communication. There's just other way you can manage it. I think already 25% cut is already too much already. I like to see that 25%, another 25% cut. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Moon. Jules, you have comment or questions?
Yeah, just a few comments. With respect to Brad's comment, it is my understanding, I could be wrong, but I don't think I am, that most of the clutter issues result from neighborhood complaints. If that's the case, the neighbors could easily just take a photograph and send it in and avoid having an investigator go out and do a full report when they take 6 or 8 pictures and they submit a written report. That takes time. So that could easily be done. Secondly, I think we are overly consumed with overly regulating 70, 80, and 90-year-olds. We're old enough to know what is right and what's wrong. If somebody has a real clutter problem, that's one thing. But for example, when Susan Smallwood gets hit up because she has a rolled up hose on her patio, I mean, this is what people put on their patios all over the country. Are we like Pete Seeger's the little boxes, and they're all made out of ticky-tack, and they all look just the same? I mean, we don't have to be like Jay Lessay, who wants everything to be absolutely perfect and, nothing on a patio at all. We should be able to live our lives normally without being consumed with regulations, with enacting regulations. For example, we have 6,102 members, and yet compliance actually got this board to adopt a rule that affects exactly one person who is bothering no one. I mean, this is silly and nonsensical, and we should do whatever we can to limit the amount of money we are spending doing unnecessary investigations. Thank you.
Thank you, Jules. Okay.
We do have a member comment when you're ready.
Okay, we'll get to that potentially when we're done with our own comments. Yeah, Ira?
I just wanted to address something Brad had said, using the other departments. And that's been a perpetual problem because all the departments basically are siloed communication-wise, work-wise, every which way you can think of. They do their job for them, and that is an issue. And their workload is structured to the minute to keep it that way. And I'm not exactly sure how to fix that, but that's what I've seen, and that's a problem.
Sorry, I'm just chuckling here. I mean, it's structured to the minute. I'm guessing because they're trying to do the job in as little amount of money as possible.
Right.
If you're
I was just
giving them
saying
tasks to start taking pictures of other things, then either some work that they're currently doing doesn't get done, or we need to give them more money. So
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just saying the reason why you can't use them today.
Currently, but
Yeah.
at the same time, if we think of if we outsourced landscaping to another company, for instance, versus VMS, then that company would be siloed from VMS anyway to some extent. So,
Yes, but their contract would be different than what is being performed.
Okay.
And that's just a fact. Within landscaping, everything is structured to the minute. When I asked for the foreman to bring in problems on a weekly basis, the excuse I got, they don't have the time. Well, there's something wrong with the structure if they don't have the time to do it like other companies from the outside do it. We're getting shorted in that respect. That's all.
Sure, sounds good. Okay, SK?
I do not like reinstate 25% of the budget cut. The reason of that is we are assuming each individual employee put their 100% of their time to do a job. Are we really? Are they really doing 100%? 8-hour work for this compliance? We need to figure that out. I think if we improve efficiency of individual work, 25% cut, we should be able to manage it. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead. Just seeing if there's any other comments, questions. All right. So there's a motion on the table. The motion. Oh, sorry. Yes. We have a speaker.
Yes, Stuart Hack.
So thank you again, Chief.
I'm going to speak on behalf of everybody in the room here.
All the members?
Yeah. No, I was not aware of that 25% cut. So maybe shame on me. I should have picked it up out of all the materials that you had. But I think that compliance is a really important element in this community. It's and a reduction in the turnaround time on compliance just makes it that much more difficult for everybody. Speaking as a building captain, for instance, when I call in problems and nothing happens and nothing happens and nothing happens, after a while I don't call in problems. And that's not a good condition for us to be in. And you're just exacerbating this by cutting down on how many issues can be handled and how rapidly they can be handled. No question it would be nice to reduce our costs here, but let's figure out where it's coming from and what the effect is on reducing our costs. I don't think it's realistic to expect that people will follow the rules even when told. And practical examples, I go through my own underground garage. There are people who were violating the rules and the materials they have there. And I ask them very politely. I tell them what the rules are, and I ask them very politely. Nothing happens. And I'm not going to be a policeman. But thank God we do have rules here that can be enforced. And that's the way it's supposed to be done. As a building captain, I'm not supposed to get into an argument with people in my building if they don't follow the rules. But I am supposed to report it to compliance, and compliance is supposed to handle it in a fairly rapid and efficient manner. And that's been a problem that we've been trying to resolve. And you're just exacerbating that problem, making it even more difficult to handle these violations. People in their 90s, really, they understand what's right and wrong. I'm even finding it myself, saying to myself, you know what, I don't care anymore. I'm not going to do that anymore. I've earned it. I'm 85 years old. And that's the attitude. So we actually, you can't rely on people doing the next right thing. And it's not fair to the community to do that. We need rules and we need to enforce them. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So again, we have a motion to reinstate the 25%. I'm going to vote for it. I don't think cutting an organization 25% to miraculously get efficiencies or solve some problems is the way to do it. We have a resident policy and compliance committee that's been trying to look at rules, make them more applicable, make them more relevant. We So just to, kind of cut the budget and hope for the best, hope that they'll find some way to be more efficient, I don't think is the way to do it. So that's my comment. And with that, why don't we go ahead and vote on whether or not to reinstate the 25% budget that we had taken away.
Okay, I'm gonna, Director Yoon, can I have a vote, please, sir? Director Yoon, your vote, please. Thank you. And Director Engel, we have a yes. And Director Zalin, please, your vote.
No.
Thank you.
Brad. Okay. Nine, is there somebody missing? We're still trying. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay. Okay. All right, so the motion passes to return the 25% back to the budget for compliance. I'm hoping that all of us will not just let this in. We all, a number of concerns were brought up. I think we need to continue to work those concerns at the appropriate committees and that kind of thing. I'm expecting, the compliance staff to continue their efforts to drive efficiencies. You mentioned that you found some. I'm hoping also that you're looking at the rules and identify those that, if tweaked, might save some effort and, give us your opinions. I'm not telling you that we'll follow what you do, but you guys work with this stuff every day. So offer your suggestions as to how we can improve the process as well.
Again, what was the vote?
Sorry. What was the vote?
What was the vote?
7-3.
7-3-0.
7-4-3 against, no abstentions.
Who is against?
7-3.
Yes, 3 no, no abstentions.
Who were the three no's?
Moon, SK, and Jules.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chief, for bringing the presentation, and Francis for your help with pulling that together. Appreciate that. Now going to move on to agenda item 13. Feel free to rush through these things. It's kind of late. I think you're all probably getting hungry. So agenda item 13 is where the board members share our monthly committee status updates. And we're going to start with a report of the Finance Committee. Andy?
The Finance Committee met on October 3rd, 2023. At the start of the meeting, we gave kudos to outgoing chairman Donna Rainey Stozic, and then I was introduced as the next one. At this meeting, we discussed our financial position, and it's pretty good. Budgetary-wise, we're running a favorable surplus to budget because labor costs are down, primarily because we can't hire the people, and outside contractors can't hire the people, so we have a good favorable variance, but that's not really that great when you think about it. The second thing is some of our utilities are higher than we planned. But in total, we're doing pretty well. We're running a surplus, and we hope that continues. Part of that includes a repositioning of ourselves on our financial investments. We have roughly $30 million in investments in our reserve funds that we put at risk in the marketplace, but we really don't. We have to invest in government securities, and fortunately, government securities are yielding 5% or more, and we only plan for 1.5%. So on $30 million of investments, roughly 3.5% of that is roughly $1 million over plan that we're getting. Whether that'll continue into 2024, we don't know. But we're monitoring it, and if we have to reposition ourselves, we'll do so. The next meeting, the next meeting will be December 5th, 2023, 1:30 PM in the boardroom. Thank you.
Go ahead. Thanks, Andy. Next, we have the ACSC. Jim?
Yeah, the ACSC met on November 13th. Our agenda was fairly short, simply because we've become more efficient with variances. From at the beginning, having to have 2 meetings a month just to catch up on all of our variances, we're now down to where at this meeting, we had no over-the-counter variances and no regular variances put before us. So we have become really, really efficient. We're really streamlining things and improving. The other items we had for discussion and consideration were the 2 standards that we voted on today to put on 28-day. That's Standard 18, gutters and downspouts, Standard 11, exclusive use common area exterior floor coverings. We also discussed, reviewed current conditions and restrictions for solar installations. Our next meeting will be on December 11th at 1:30 PM in the boardroom.
Okay. Thanks, Jim. Next, we have the Third Maintenance and Construction Committee. Ralph?
Thank you. The latest M&C meeting was held on November 6th. And other than that, we'll start with the good news. Mr. Mayhew reported that Gate 14 groundwater drain project had been completed. Mr. Barnett reported that 20 washing machines and 17 dryers have been replaced with the new Speed Queen machines with no repairs needed as of early November. The 6 slopes and 3rd experiencing severe oil erosion have been temporarily covered with large plastic sheeting to prevent further erosion until the repair is done. And we have received a contract proposal for repair and remediation. The pressure regulators program has been delayed for lack of personnel to measure existing pressure. Consequently, a temporary part-time position has been made available to residents, but as of November 6th, no applications have been received. Mr. Gomez also gave a PowerPoint presentation of the process for overseeing and follow through on the work of contractors and staff. And so we are sure there is follow through on that. Several options for reducing the time for hot water to reach the point of use, such as showers, were discussed by Mr. Barnett. These included recirculating and local heating. All of them seem to require extensive alterations, making them unlikely to be cost effective for existing structures. The one exception might be local heating elements for wash basins or something like that. But to do it for a shower, it's going to be a little more involved. Next meeting of the 3rd M&C Construction Committee is scheduled for 9:30 a.m. Monday, January 8th here in the boardroom. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ralph. Next, we'll hear about the Landscape Committee. Ira?
Well, most of the things we discussed, well, the Landscape Committee met on November 2nd, and most of the things that we've did there were discussed here, finalizing the urban forest management plan, the landscape manual, and we are also waiting for the recreation department took the tip of the spear on this one, investigating owl boxes to reduce rodent population without pesticides. And so we're waiting to see what they do rather than duplicate their work. And hopefully I've been made aware of some better communication attempts to make some changes in processes to the residents so they know more of what's going on when they make a request, when that will happen. Also, there has been some changes within the landscape department internally to avoid miscommunication from the top to the bottom. So now the top is talking directly to the foreman rather than having the people in between do the talking. And we're also waiting for some more information on a wildflower pilot program. And that's just about it. And our next meeting is on December 7th, right here in the boardroom at 9:30 in the morning.
Okay, great. Thanks. Is there anything to be shared regarding the Water Conservation Committee, Jules?
The last meeting was in July. The next meeting is in January of 2024. That constitutes the entirety of my report.
All right. Thank you for that. And then next we have the third Resident Policy and Compliance Committee. This committee last met on Tuesday, October 24th. And during that meeting, we discussed creating a new barbecue policy to ban the use of charcoal in multi-story buildings. We also discussed third's compliance process, specifically clarifying what qualifies as objective evidence that must be gathered before sending any notices of violation or courtesy notices to our members. This committee will next meet on Wednesday, November 29th, which is next Wednesday at 9:30 a.m. here in the boardroom. We plan to finalize our discussion of our barbecue policy, and thus send it to the board, and continue discussing third's compliance process. Specifically, this time we'll be talking about the various notices that are sent by the compliance team, the courtesy notices, final notices that were mentioned by Chief Nunez. And finally, we have the Garden Villa Rec Room Committee, SK.
Yes, it's the first time I'm reporting the Garden Villa Recreation Room Committee meeting. It was held on November 1st, 1:30 p.m. in this boardroom. The discussion was recreation room fund balance of 2023 and the projected 2024 balance as well. As of October, epoxy floor, heat pump, and water heater repair and replacement project were completed. Those projects were funded by Third Reserve Fund. 2023 Rec Room 10 expenditure projects for various buildings were completed into 2023. Total expenditure was $89,793. GVA staff presented the 2024 GVA Rec Room inspection schedule for 2024, and committee discussed in detail. After the GVA staff inspect all 58 buildings with each building captains, they will report the revised GVA component replacement lifespan schedule, and the staff also will provide us 2024 project and expenditures planning next meeting. Staff have all excellent job finishing all 2023 projects and looking ahead for 2024 projects. Next, the GVA Rec Room Committee meeting scheduled sometime in February to BD. Thank you.
Thank you, SK. For your first time, you did great. All right, and that's all we have for the third mutual committees. Now we'll move on to agenda item 14, where we'll share our monthly GRF committee status updates, starting with the GRF Community Activities Committee. That the CAC committee last met on Thursday, November 9th. During that committee meeting, we discussed member request to add golf cart parking at Restaurant 19, and the committee voted against considering that at this time. The committee also discussed a member's request to add a portable basketball hoop near the gazebo area in Clubhouse 1, and the committee also voted against approving that request. The CAC committee is planning to next meet on Tuesday, December 14th at 1:30 p.m. here in the boardroom. Next, we have the GRF Mobility and Vehicles Committee. Moon, you have an update for us? You're on mute, Moon?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
We met at November 6th, and then there were report of the ridership, which has not been changed much. And there was, I proposed set up the ad hoc committee to look into existing the transportation service from Laguna Wood City and Orange County and what we have, but there was not get through because the chairwoman term is over, so she gonna push that to next term. And we're gonna meet February 7th next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Moon. And for your first presentation, you did fine as well. Do you have any updates regarding the GRF Landscape Committee that you can share with us, Ira?
Just basically, it was more ongoing things that they always do. There was an update on the Aliso Creek cleanup, which is constantly happening throughout the year, depending on weather and need. The mower shop is getting an update, an upgrade, so it can power all the batteries and recharge all the batteries for the new equipment. And that was the most of what went on. It was a very quick meeting. There was a little bit of a presentation by Mr. Cafferty from the El Toro Water District. Rates going up, rates going down, things that we could do, that everybody could do to help with it. And many of them were mentioned here earlier when we were talking about the washers and dryers. Do not put flushable wipes down the toilet. They are the biggest problem for the El Toro Water District. That is the bulk of what they have to remove from their system to keep it going. And it's a huge amount. You'd be surprised how many people still put things that they shouldn't put down the toilet. It's just beyond belief. And that actually causes extra cost for us as far as sewage fees if they have to pull out too many items. And they go around sewer to sewer to keep them clean manually, just to make sure, check there's nothing blocking them. And it's like painting the Golden Gate Bridge. They start at one end of the system, go over to the other end, and start all over again. So it's a constant thing. Next meeting is going to be February 14th here in the boardroom.
Okay, great, thanks. Next, we have the GRF Media and Communications Committee. Jim?
The meeting on November 20th was canceled. The next meeting's January 15th.
All right, that was simple. Moving on to the GRF Finance Committee. Andy?
The committee met on October 18th. Among the items discussed was a change in the procedure for room rental rates. And this, what was approved for recommendation to the GRF board, was a plan to base the rates on a unified square footage basis rather than for each individual room. And the second thing was to tie that rate annually, basically to inflation. So those things were both approved and were forwarded on to the GRF board for review and approval, for noticing and then eventually approval. The next meeting for that committee is December 20th at 1:30 p.m. in the boardroom.
Okay, great. And while I've got you, anything new regarding the GRF Purchasing Task Force?
The GRF Purchasing Task Force submitted to the GRF board a revised purchasing policy, which was accepted. So basically, that committee's done.
Okay.
On that one item. I don't know if anything else will come up, but right now, that's it. We met on October 23rd, and the next meeting is to be announced. But like I said, the main thing we wanted to do, revise the policy, we did, and send it on to the board.
Yeah, I think because the third board didn't approve that policy, there may still be
There
some
still may be
activities
some,
from that committee.
adjustments,
but-
perhaps.
Yeah, okay. All right, sounds good. Thank you. Next, we have an update of the Information Technology Advisory Committee. This committee, known as ITAC, is overseeing the development and implementation of the new village-wide computer system. The first phase of this effort will focus on our accounting tools and is currently in the testing phase. The current plan is that the first phase, or all the accounting tools, will go live in February of 2024. And this committee has been reviewing the status of the key tasks that need to be successfully completed over the next couple of months in order to support this February go-live date. A lot of testing going on, making sure the functionality is working. During this month, it's more the functional testing to make sure each function works. Starting in December, it'll be more end-to-end user acceptance testing to make sure that all the functions work well together as they're supposed to. The ITAC is scheduled to next meet on Friday, December 1st. Next, we have potential updates of the GRF Security and Community Access Committee, SK.
Yes, we are getting hungry, so I want to report very quick. Committee was met on October 25th and discussed about a few other things, but committee acknowledged 2 security employee as a VMS Employee of the Month on that. And the second thing is October 19th was California, a great shakeout, so we discussed about that. And announced November 17th, shelter-in-place training. Director Moon and I both attended that meeting on 17th. The major items to discuss on that committee was golf car and cart parking and charging issues. So we all mutuals directors assigned to review, to unify those parking and charging policies. So on our committee, I'd like to propose next discuss item for that policy review. So next DP security meeting will be scheduled on December 27th. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. And while your mic is on, what's the latest with the Laguna Woods Village traffic hearings?
Traffic hearings, I do have here.
Okay.
Total of 7 violations. November 15th, 9 a.m. We discussed hearing was held, and the 1 violation was dismissed because of medical issue. And 1 RV parking violation was also dismissed due to medical issue. And 1 speeding violation was also dismissed because of clerical mistakes. 4 items, 4 violations were voted for guilty and fine. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and finally, the following GRF committees have not met since the last 3rd board meeting of space planning?
Yes, space planning was actually moved to December 6th, so it's next month.
Yeah, it's been rescheduled.
Yeah.
Yeah, the space planning, ad hoc space planning committee meeting was moved to Wednesday, December 6th at 3:30, probably in the Willow Room, but not in the boardroom.
Okay, all right. So yes, that was what I was going to mention when I said these committees haven't met since then. So we have the Space Planning Committee that hadn't met since our last board meeting and is now going to meet in early December. The GRF Clubhouse Facilities Renovation Ad Hoc Committee last met on March 15th, and the date and time of its meetings is to be determined. I'll work with Ralph to see if this committee still even exists. I know there's clubhouse renovation going on, at least for Clubhouse 1. The GRF Website Ad Hoc Committee last met on May 22nd, and the date and time of its next meeting is to be determined. The GRF Maintenance and Construction Committee last met on October 11th, and this.
If I can interrupt?
Yes?
The GRF Broadband Ad Hoc Committee met yesterday and tentatively will meet again December 13th.
Okay. All right. Thank you. GRF Maintenance Construction Committee last met October 11th and is scheduled to next meet on Wednesday, December 13th at 9:30 a.m. here in the boardroom. And the GRF Disaster Preparedness Task Force last met on September 26th and is scheduled to next meet a week from today, Tuesday, November 28th at 9:30 a.m. here in the boardroom. And that concludes our committee reports. We're now at agenda item 15, which is for the board to note of any items they'd like to be discussed at a future board meeting. So far on the list, we have 3 items that we today put on to 28-day member review and comment. which are approving a revision to Architectural Standard 18 for gutters and downspouts, approving the revision to Architectural Standard 11 for exterior floor coverings, and approving the revision to Third's fruit tree policy. Are there any other items that anyone would like to add as a future discussion item at this time?
I'm supposed I should bring it up at the prep meeting, am I correct? For the parking, third mutual parking and golf parking policy?
Well, it's probably wouldn't be done at a board meeting, but at a committee meeting. So what committee do you think would handle that? So
which committee?
I don't know. I wrote a note when you brought it up to talk with you to help figure out which committee.
Okay.
But if we can't figure out a committee, we'll then add it at the agenda prep.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Fine. But thanks. Okay. All right. Hearing none, we'll move on. We can add them at agenda prep and at other times. We're now at agenda item 16, the director's comments, the agenda item away from being done. Do any directors have any last comments they want to share? Brad?
No.
Okay.
No.
SK? Okay. Chris, Andy, Jim?
Just wanted to remind everybody, December 2nd is the tree lighting at Clubhouse 1. And also there'll be a Santa Paws at the Equestrian Center on December 16th.
Great. Sounds good. Thanks.
Are you going to be Santa Claus then?
Yes, I will.
All right. Yeah. Okay. And Ralph, anything final?
I don't have anything to say, but I have a question. Can I stay on this link for the second part of the meeting?
No. No, it's a different link. Do you need it to be sent to you, or do you have the agenda packet? It should be in your agenda packet. Jules, any final comments?
Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
Okay, thanks. And yes, happy Thanksgiving to all of you and all of our members out there and wherever you are. So the business of our open meeting has now been completed. At this time, this monthly board meeting will recess for 5 minutes, and then the executive committee will reconvene to executive session. We'll have a working lunch. Thanks to those of you who participated, and thanks to everyone for listening.